Chapter 624. The 12 Zodiac Palaces. The mountain might seem near, but it was, in fact, far away. This saying seemed applicable here. This phrase appeared in Wang Ting's mind as he followed the high priest up the stairs. He released a few wisps of spiritual power to uncover the secret of this mountain path. After some time, he understood. There were runes covering this path, just like the small town below. They could extend space and elongate an extremely short path a few times up to a few hundred times. There weren't many people in this world who had a higher realm of spiritual power than Wang Ting. As long as he wanted to hide, no one would discover it. Even the high priest, who was only a few steps away, didn't sense anything. Wang Ting was very interested in this space extension rune. He had gained space rune knowledge in the Darkland, but it wasn't complete. This space extension rune would be able to help him build up his rune mastery. The mountain path wasn't endless. Half an hour later, they arrived at the first palace, the Aries Palace. Wang Ting could faintly sense the powerful aura inside the palace even before he saw the person. "Froze, why are you here?" A voice echoed out from the palace. "I received an order to bring someone up," the high priest, Froze, said. With a wave of his hand, a silver-white light shot out from his long gown and flew into the Aries Palace. There was silence for a few seconds. Then, the voice was heard again. "You can proceed. Let's go." The high priest walked into the palace. Wang Ting followed behind him and entered the palace. He sized up his surroundings curiously. The structure of this palace was extremely strange. There were pillars on both sides, forming a long passageway in the middle. You could continue heading up the mountain through this path. Behind the pillars, it was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. The holy night in the palace wasn't visible either. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Ting. He activated his spiritual sight and scanned the darkness. Immediately, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the dark. He was giving off a thick green light. It was dazzling. But Wang Ting only glanced at him for a second because his gaze was quickly attracted by the piles of attribute bubbles around the person. There were so many of them. Seriously, the entire ground was filled with bubbles floating silently in the dark palace. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a large number of attribute bubbles to appear in the palace. Soon, his astonishment was taken over by joy. This was an unexpected gain. He would be stupid not to take it. He released his spiritual power silently and swept all the attribute bubbles over. He picked every single one of them up. Wood Force *65 Wood Force *80 Ultimate Stage Wood Talent *12 Spiritual Realm Spirit *45 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment *60 After picking up the surprise present, Wang Ting couldn't hide his smile anymore. He received 3,570 points of Wood Force, 320 points of Ultimate Stage Wood Talent, 450 points of Spiritual Realm Spirit, and 478 points of Spiritual Realm Enlightenment. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Ting suddenly shuddered. This Wood Force took a leap and reached the 11-star low-tier general stage. Wood Force 350/20,000 11-star. Wang Ting's expression was weird. Did he just achieve a breakthrough? All he did was follow the high priest up the mountain to see someone. He didn't plan on collecting attribute. This result was a little unexpected. He achieved his breakthrough so suddenly. You couldn't stop luck when it wanted to come. Wang Ting felt emotional. By now, he had already reached the end of the passageway with the high priest. His breakthrough happened without any extra effort from him, so it didn't cause any commotion. No one would notice anything. Although the person in the palace was paying attention to Wang Ting, he didn't notice anything amiss either. "For some reason, I think he saw me just now," the person sitting in the dark muttered to himself softly, feeling a little shocked. After Wang Ting and the high priest left, he closed his eyes and got back to cultivating. attribute bubbles started appearing in the palace again. These attribute bubbles seemed to be bound by a certain force. They could exist for a longer time. Wang Ting followed the high priest and arrived at the second palace, the Taurus Palace. He felt a little excited. There were so many attribute bubbles in the first palace. What about the next one? Just thinking about it got him restless. If he could raise all his forces by a level after passing the 12 zodiac palaces, that would be amazing. Half an hour later, they arrived outside the Taurus Palace. The high priest threw the white light out again, and they were allowed to pass. Wang Ting had already noticed that this white light was a token. When they walked through the first palace, the holy knight from the Aries Palace had returned it to the high priest. In the Taurus Palace, a lofty and bulky figure blocked the two of them. He looked at Wang Ting with interest. The talent from country Xia. A strong voice came out of his mouth. Arudis, what are you doing? The high priest frowned. Nothing. I heard that there was an extremely outstanding talent from country Xia this time, so I came to take a look. Arudis crossed his arms and smiled. Is this Mount Saint's intention? Wang Ting smiled and turned to look at the high priest. No, please don't misunderstand. This is Arudis' own doing. It's got nothing to do with Mount Saint, the high priest explained hurriedly. Then, he turned and said to Arudis, Arudis, he's a guest of the goddess. How dare you stop him? Receive a punch from me and you can pass. Arudis didn't relent. How dare you? Shouted the high priest. Wang Ting suddenly stretched his hand out and stopped him. Smiling, he looked at Arudis. What if I don't want to? You cannot pass, Arudis replied. In that case, I'll go back. You can explain to the goddess yourself. Wang Ting turned around and left immediately. The corners of Arudis' lips twitched. Was he leaving just like that? As a genius, shouldn't he get angry when provoked? Damn it, why wasn't he going by the script? Wait! Arudis shouted hurriedly when he saw Wang Ting walking further away. However, Wang Ting continued walking as if he didn't hear anything. He had almost reached the entrance of the palace. Arudis was agitated. If Wang Ting left, all he could do was wait for the punishment by the higher authorities and lose his position as a holy knight. He took a large step forward and vanished from the spot before reappearing in front of Wang Ting. Move! Wang Ting released his fist expressionlessly. Boom! An overwhelming fist aura rose into the air amidst the explosion. Only this fist was left in Arudis' vision. Everything else had disappeared. He was flabbergasted. However, there was nothing he could say at this point. He gritted his teeth and released the force in his body. He raised his fist and punched it. Bang! When the two fists collided, Arudis flew back uncontrollably and vomited a mouthful of blood in midair. He had fallen out of the Taurus Palace. Chapter 625. Divine Constellation Armor Bang. Arudis was slammed out of the Taurus Palace, the impact shattering the stone stairs in front of the entrance. The first palace, the Aries Palace, looked a little old and dilapidated too. It appeared ancient and time-beaten. However, the material of these sculptures was strong and sturdy. There might be cracks, but they wouldn't shatter easily. However, after Arudis landed on the stairs, a large crack had appeared on the stone stairs. There was silence. Arudis raised his head in shock, staring at the entrance of the Taurus Palace. His expression changed continuously. As the holy knight guarding the Taurus Palace, he was thrown out of his own palace. How humiliating and sarcastic it was. The palace and its guardians existed together. If one was gone, so would the other. No holy knight had ever been kicked out of their own palace. If this piece of news was leaked out, he would be the disgrace of all previous 12 holy knights guarding the zodiac palaces. Splurt. Thinking about this, Arudis' face turned black. Then, it turned red and green, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Froze sighed helplessly. He wanted to step out to help Arudis, but he stopped. Everything happened too quickly. He didn't think that Wang Ting would attack so decisively and ruthlessly because of this argument. He didn't expect him to be this powerful either. As a holy knight, Arudis couldn't even handle one punch from Wang Ting and was thrown out of the palace. He didn't have the time to stop either of them. He could only watch things unfold in front of him. It was too late to say anything now. He couldn't blame Wang Ting. He didn't instigate the fight after all. He could only blame Arudis for being too reckless and arrogant. Did he think that he could look down on all the other martial warriors in the world just because he was a holy knight? This talent from country Xia had beaten all his opponents in the exchange. Even if Arudis didn't see it personally, he must have heard of it. As a talent himself, it was normal for him to be unconvinced. That was why he provoked Wang Ting today. Froze cursed Arudis many times in his heart. Brainless fellow. The top talents of the various nations were truly formidable martial warriors. They had earned their reputation with their sweat, blood, and hard work. If anyone thought that they were too weak because they lost to Wang Ting, they would be stupid. Arudis had this thought. That was why he underestimated Wang Ting. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Wang Ting didn't even look at him. He walked out of the palace calmly, as if he had just flicked an ant blocking his way. He wasn't worried that Mount Saint would be unhappy with his actions. They were the ones who invited him. He didn't want to come in the first place. If this was how they treated their guest, he had nothing to say. He would fight his way out if he had to. When was he afraid of anyone? Arudis half kneeled on the ground with his head lowered. Fresh blood dripped down the edge of his lips, but he remained silent. Wang Ting walked past Arudis without stopping. Boom! Suddenly, an indomitable aura exploded behind him. It was like the rise of an ancient divine beast. Stop right there! A hoarse and low voice sounded in his ears. Wang Ting stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked at the other party expressionlessly. Arudis was submerged in a golden light as if a golden flame was burning him from within. Wisps of powerful aura gathered behind him. Right then, the palace behind him was activated, spreading out an ancient and immense force of presence. It slowly merged with Arudis' aura. Arudis, you're crazy. Froze's expression changed as he shouted. He seemed to know what was going on. Froze, this is my fault. I will seek my punishment later at the Holy Temple. However, the reputation of the Holy Knights mustn't be tainted, Arudis said sternly without turning his head. You! Froze wanted to say something, but he just sighed in the end. Wang Ting looked at them and knew that words were useless in this situation. There was no point emphasizing that he was a guest anymore. Suddenly, a sonic boom rang through the palace. Wang Ting raised his head and looked inside. A golden light was rising quickly in the darkness behind the pillar. He saw a golden raging bull charging towards them. The golden light traveled at the speed of lightning, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. It slammed into Arudis' body and merged with the golden force glow around him. In an instant, golden light lit up the entire palace. The light gradually receded after some time, revealing Arudis' appearance. A golden armor had appeared on his body. From head to toe, battle boots, neelet, cuirass, bracers, shoulder pads, helmet. This golden armor covered Arudis entirely. His aura shot up as he merged with the palace behind him. It soared right into the air. An outline of a raging bull seemed to have appeared behind Arudis. The change here naturally caught the attention of the other holy knight. The majestic figures sitting inside the remaining 11 palaces opened their eyes. Their gazes passed through the obstacles in front of them as they stared in the direction of the Taurus Palace. At the same time, deep inside the holy temple at the peak of Mount Saint, there was a tall and enormous sculpture erected inside a large hall. Below this sculpture, a young lady was praying with closed eyes. There was a holy aura on her face. But at this moment, her eyebrows trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes slowly. There seemed to be a universe contained in her pitch-black eyes. They were deep and endless. Taurus Palace. Sensing a majestic aura coming from Aruda's body, Wang Ting was astounded. This armor must be extraordinary. This is the divine constellation armor worn by all the holy knights. Aruda's voice resounded in the area. Divine constellation armor. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. Normally, a holy knight will only wear it when the holy temple is in danger. However, this affects the honor of the holy knights, so I have to wear it today. You're very strong. I can only fight with you if I wear this armor. Today you will have to fight, whether you like it or not. As he spoke, his voice increased in volume. At the end, it was as loud as thunder, shaking the air around them and shattering their eardrums. Fight! A sharp gaze shot out of his eyes. He roared in anger and took a step forward. Boom! The next instant, the ground vibrated as if a gigantic raging bull had stomped its feet. The entire mountain was shaking. Golden force erupted from Aruda's body as glaring light gathered on his fist. His fist shone brightly. A large amount of force was compressed into this punch. The golden raging bull illusion also appeared and charged forward with the punch. Boom! The scene was astonishing, yet Wang Ting wasn't affected. He raised his head and stared emotionlessly at Aruda, who was a head taller than him. The forces of the 5 basic elements started flowing through his body before ending on his fist. Fist conscious surged out. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained one another, forming a close circuit. Chapter 626. I don't feel like leaving suddenly. 5-element fist. His 5-element fist conscious covered his hands, twirling around them furiously. At this moment, the aura around Wang Ting was climbing. Within a split second, it had shot through the roof. A tornado seemed to be stirring up around him. The clouds in the sky tossed and turned, forming a whirlpool. Wang Ting stood erected in the middle of the whirlpool. This was the true power of his 5-element fist conscious. He had finally executed it. His opponent, Aruda, in the divine constellation armor, was worth this attack. The forces of the 5 elements around him were drawn over and merged into the windstorm. It was a majestic and grand scene. Froze trembled. He raised his head and looked up in astonishment before staring at Wang Ting as if he had seen a ghost. Was this his true ability? He didn't reveal his true power during the exchange. At this moment, the other 11 holy knights raised their heads too and looked up at the sky. They felt the sudden appearance of a formidable aura and were flabbergasted. Who was it? Not only did he force Aruda to use the divine constellation armor, but he also possessed such powerful ability. In front of the Taurus Palace, Wang Ting's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He stood in the center of the tornado with his arms raised in front of him. He released his fist. Boom! The earth shook and the clouds rumbled. The entire power of heaven and earth seemed to have gathered into this single punch. It overpowered everything. The entire place was silent. The entire universe was silent. It was as if the world was inhabited by boundless and majestic power. All the beings within a few hundred meters in radius seemed to have run away. Aruda squinted. He was thunderstruck. However, the arrow was already loose. He couldn't take it back. Moo! The outline of the raging bull looked up at the sky and bellowed. Then, it crashed into Wang Ting's immense fist glow. Boom, boom, boom. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. The 2 fists created earth-shattering explosions when they collided. The ground vibrated, including the Taurus Palace behind them. A frightening gale swept through the air. Froze, who was closer to them, suffered the brunt of the aftermath. He took 3 steps back uncontrollably and squinted his eyes as he faced the residual force of the collision. Bang! A figure suddenly flew out from the center. Aruda! He slammed violently in the wall of the Taurus Palace, breaking multiple pillars, reducing them to broken stones. The victor was decided with a single punch. Crack! The battle armor on Aratus' body seemed to be groaning in protest. Cracks had appeared on the surface and were spreading out like spiderwebs. This punch was so frightening. Aratus raised his head with difficulty, his face filled with disbelief. He lost. He lost completely. No luck was involved. He could say that he was careless before, but he couldn't find any excuses now. He lost. Despite wearing the divine constellation armor, he couldn't change this fact. Moreover, the divine constellation armor was damaged. This was the divine constellation armor. It was made by legendary ancient blacksmiths using star bones and a variety of precious and rare materials. It was the divine constellation armor that bore the entire power of the Taurus Palace runes. Yet, it cracked after Wang Ting's punch. And that was not all. The divine constellation armor of the Taurus Palace was known for its formidable strength. Its ultimate power was its strength. Yet, it lost in a head-on strength battle. How powerful was Wang Ting's physique? Aratus was in a daze. Getting defeated in his specialization was a huge blow for him. Froze was at a loss for words too. He looked at Wang Ting in bewilderment. Was this fellow a human? He knew how powerful the divine constellation armors were. After the holy knights wore them, their abilities would increase by many times. Yet Aratus still lost. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dispersed and calmness resumed. It was as if nothing had happened. Wang Ting's black hair floated down. They weren't dancing wildly in the air anymore. His expression was calm as he looked at the holy temple above him. Suddenly, he raised his leg and stepped forward. He walked past Aratus without looking at him, just like what he did some time ago. You! Aratus' face was pale. He felt extremely humiliated. Wang Ting didn't stop, though. He crossed this holy night and went straight through the Taurus Palace, continuing his journey up the mountain. Froze was stunned. Didn't he say that he was leaving? Why was he going up again? The next instant, his expression changed. He understood what Wang Ting was thinking and caught up with him hurriedly. He asked agitatedly, "What are you planning to do? I don't feel like leaving suddenly." "You want to fight, right? All right, I'll fight my way up then." There was no expression on his face, and his voice was unruly and cold. He climbed up the stairs one step at a time. Froze's expression changed. This was a huge matter. This fellow looked so harmless a moment ago, but now, he had turned into a devil, arrogant, unruly, and supercilious. He wanted to fight all the 12 zodiac palaces. In the past, if he had heard someone wanting to barge through the 12 zodiac palaces, he would scoff at them. To an ordinary martial warrior, beating one zodiac palace was difficult enough. But now, Froze had a bad premonition. Wang Ting could defeat Aratus with one punch. What about the other holy knights? Who could stop him? Froze didn't dare to think further. He chased after Wang Ting and said anxiously, "We can sit down and have a proper chat. This was an accident. Aratus just wanted to have a duel with you. He had no evil intention and has received his punishment already. Please don't take it to heart. No one will stop you anymore. That's what you said at the start, but look at what happened." Wang Ting snorted. He wasn't convinced. "I will fight the 12 zodiac palaces. I've already passed the first palace and he didn't stop me. I don't want to go back and look for trouble, but I will fight the rest of the 10 palaces." Froze felt bitter and cursed Aratus 1,000 times in his heart. All these troubles were started by him. He had caused them great harm. However, he couldn't stop Wang Ting. He could only hope that the other holy knights could defeat him. There were a few who were many times more powerful than Aratus. Their battle abilities were within the top 10 of Mount Saint and were the strongest guardians of the palaces. Wang Ting counted his gains as he walked up the mountain. Metal Force *56 Metal Force *45 Metal Force *90 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment *76 Spiritual Realm Spirit *80 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment *50 Spiritual Realm Spirit *62 Ultimate Stage Metal Talent *12 Raging Bull Fist Conscious *360 Just like the Ares Palace, there were numerous attribute bubbles scattered in the Taurus Palace. Wang Ting picked up all of them. His metal force rose tremendously. He was right at the doorstep of the 11-star low-tier general stage. As the remaining attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Ting shuddered and entered the 11-star low-tier general stage silently. Metal Force 120/20,000 11-star, Froze knew nothing. One single match was enough to cause a huge change in Wang Ting. Who would believe such an unbelievable thing? He didn't even know what Wang Ting was making a fuss out of nothing. His real aim was to collect more attributes from all the holy knights of the Zodiac Palaces. Chapter 627. I have an immature idea. Wang Ting walked along the path that was rarely traversed. He looked as if he was just taking a stroll after his meal. But the high priest, who was a few steps behind him, was walking on tenterhooks. He was in despair. He wanted to report this matter to the Holy Temple, but he couldn't leave Wang Ting alone and go up by himself. This would make Mount Saint appear extremely low class. Hence, he could only follow Wang Ting obediently and walked up the stairs. They had switched their positions. In the past, he was the one leading the way, but now Wang Ting was in front. This fellow had reversed the position of the host and the guest. Froze felt helpless. After interacting with Wang Ting firsthand, he understood how hard this person was to deal with. The guy's temperament had shocked him. From what he saw, Wang Ting's arrogance came from deep within. He wouldn't allow anyone to step on it. If anyone touched his bottom line, Arudis would be an example of that person's ending. Also, he was extremely decisive. His actions were as fast as lightning, catching people off guard. However, during normal times, he hid well and didn't reveal any of his real personality. He acted like a happy-go-lucky person who could have fun and fool around with ordinary people. His personality was like a sharp sword hidden in its sheath. Once someone stimulated him, the sword would release its dazzling sharp aura and hurt whoever provoked him. This temperament wasn't like a 20-years-old young man at all. Wang Ting didn't know what Froze was thinking. At this moment, he was wondering about the armor he saw. When he saw Arudis putting on that armor just now, he couldn't help but recall an anime from his past life. The settings were similar, but there were some differences too. Wang Ting suddenly thought of a saying. There was a rumor that the inspiration for anime and movies came from some blurry images seen by the creator when they came into contact with the messages released during the collision of an alternate world and reality. They added in their imaginations and kept filling in the gaps, along with some artistic modifications. This was how the final product appeared in front of everyone. So, a certain anime author felt the messages released by this world? Wang Ting's expression turned strange. He found the notion outrageous, but it made some sense. He shook his head. There was no right answer for this, so he shouldn't waste his time. Coming back, based on what Arudis said, this divine constellation armor was worn by all generations of Holy Knight. Who made these divine constellation armors? Just now, he could faintly feel the mysterious and veiled relationship between the divine constellation armors and the 12 zodiac palaces. From what he knew, the 12 zodiac palaces had existed for an extremely long time, their history dating back to a few thousand years. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. What did this mean? This meant that the divine constellation armors might have existed for a few thousand years too. But there was a paradox. Before the Force invaded Earth, before the martial arts era started, how could this item, which belonged to martial warriors, appear? Unless Mount Saint was the legacy of an ancient civilization, the divine constellation armor was left by the ancient civilization too. This was possible. Mount Saint gave off a mysterious aura, so it was normal that it had some secrets. Unfortunately, the divine constellation armors belonged to Mount Saint. If he could take one or two back to study, there would definitely be huge gains. As a master blacksmith, he might be able to discover some secrets from it. He had seen how powerful the divine constellation armor was. Arudis was only a low-tier general stage martial warrior. However, after wearing the divine constellation armor, his ability rose multiple times. If he was able to learn the skill of creating this armor, he could go back to his country, gather some master-level disciples, and ask them to craft this battle armor. In the future, the martial warriors in country Xia could wear one each. How powerful would they be? What a pity! Wang Ting shook his head uncontrollably. Froze saw his expression and asked, "Why are you shaking your head?" "Nothing. I had an immature thought." Wang Ting glanced at him and replied calmly. Froze didn't think that Wang Ting would have the guts to lay his eyes on the divine constellation armors. Since he didn't want to say anything, he didn't probe further. After some time, the third Gemini Palace was in sight. Froze wanted to show his token, but Wang Ting stopped him. "No need. When I said I want to fight my way up, I meant it. It doesn't matter if you show your token." Froze felt helpless. He could only watch Wang Ting as he stepped into the Gemini Palace confidently. The moment Wang Ting walked into the palace, he stopped, looking in front. Someone was blocking him. The other party was a tall and valiant man above 30 years old. He had long hair, and his expression was calm and indifferent. He looked like a high and mighty god. "This fellow is worse than the first two Holy Knight. Look at his posture," Wang Ting complained in his heart. At the same time, his attention landed on his opponent's body. He moved his gaze down slowly. He noticed that the Holy Knight was already wearing golden armor. He looked sacred and divine. This armor was different from the one Arudis wore. It was even stranger. The armor had sharp edges with complicated patterns. There were two faces on the two sides of the helmet, one angel and one devil. They were like twins. "I know your intention." The Holy Knight of the Gemini Palace looked at Wang Ting and said calmly. "That's good. I don't have to waste time explaining. Let's fight." Wang Ting released his force and said. Froze caught up with them and said to Carl using voice transmission, "Carl, try your best to stop him." He briefly explained what happened before. As expected, that idiot Arudis was defeated. Carl nodded and stopped speaking. Boom. The next instant, a powerful force wave erupted from Carl's body. "This is my job. If you want to pass, you must defeat me." The instant he finished speaking, Carl dashed towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. He released his fist and received his opponent's attack with a loud bang. The two of them flashed around the palace, colliding, intertwining, and punching each other. Their figures turned into lingering shadows. It was impossible to tell which was the real person. Froze watched their fight with his mouth agape. Wang Ting was outrageously powerful. Carl was in the top 5 among the Holy Knight. Yet when Wang Ting fought with him, he wasn't any weaker. Boom. The two of them collided in midair and retreated. Carl's face turned grim. He admitted that he had underestimated Wang Ting. But this thought was no longer present. No wonder Arudis lost. Even he had to be cautious when facing this opponent. However, he was getting a little excited. This was the thrill of meeting his match. Chapter 628. Don't teach a fish to swim. Day after day, year after year, the Holy Knights had been guarding the 12 zodiac palaces. They rarely had the opportunity to spar with martial warriors from around the world. Wang Ting's sudden arrival had ignited the Gemini Palace's Holy Knight's intense fighting spirit. Carl's battle conscience wrapped around his force, and a pair of Gemini phantoms emerged behind him. Wang Ting raised his head. A strange expression appeared on his face when his gaze landed on the phantoms. Suddenly, the Gemini phantoms, who were holding each other's hands, opened their eyes, and two rays of red and blue shot out from them. A deep and strange spiritual power pierced into Wang Ting's sea of consciousness. Wang Ting's consciousness shook, and the scene in front of him changed drastically. In the sky, the Gemini phantoms transformed into an angel and a devil. They held their weapons and stabbed him. The angel's face was sacred and loving. Anyone who saw it would not be able to put up any resistance. Behind it were the radiant gates of heaven, and chants in Sanskrit could be heard. There were unknown petals drifting in all directions. The devil, however, had a hideous face full of evil. Anyone who saw it would have evil thoughts in their minds, and the monster within them would surface from the depths of their hearts. Behind it was the vast underworld. Darkness covered the skies, and wild shrieks and howls constantly spooked the listeners as though hell had really descended upon them. Wang Ting was caught under it, and it looked like he would be destroyed in an instant. Froze heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Ting was going to be defeated. Those who didn't understand Carl's move, very few would be able to stop it. Even amongst the people in Mount Saint, only a few could face his attack. He looked over at Wang Ting and was astounded. Despite facing such a situation, Wang Ting's expression was unchanged. He looked at the scene of heaven and hell, and you could feel the disdain he had from the corner of his mouth. Froze almost thought that his eyes had fooled him. However, Wang Ting's smile was indeed filled with scorn and contempt. Was he really mocking Carl? Froze was flustered. He couldn't understand Wang Ting's thoughts. Did he have any moves that could dispel Carl's attack? As soon as he thought about that, Froze's heart skipped a beat. You want to play with me using spiritual power? Don't teach a fish to swim. Wang Ting sneered and concentrated his gaze. The spiritual power entrenched in his consciousness poured out instantly. Boom. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. The immense spiritual power erupted from within like a torrent and a dragon's roar. The angel and demon bore the brunt of the gush of spiritual power and were immediately crushed into bits. The gates of heaven and the underworld cracked under the intense quaking. When the torrent of spiritual power slammed through them, they were torn apart. All the illusions vanished. The Gemini Palace was still the Gemini Palace. There were no gates of heaven nor the underworld. They were all just illusions that had been dispelled. Tap, tap, tap. Carl seemed to have suffered some kind of shock as he retreated back a few steps. His face was extremely pale, and there were layers of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Impossible! How did you overcome my Gemini phantom fist? He looked at Wang Ting in disbelief, no longer indifferent and arrogant. Gemini phantom fist. Wang Ting's gaze flickered as he looked at the attribute bubbles on the ground. He picked them up. Emperor Realm Spirit *80 Emperor Realm Spirit *103 Emperor Realm Enlightenment *65 Water Force *130 Gemini Phantom Fist *35 As the attribute bubbles were absorbed into his mind, Wang Ting's heart became clear, and he was immediately enlightened. In his mind, a human-shaped figure appeared and practiced a set of punching technique. Spiritual power and force were circulating around that figure. Wang Ting took it all in and learned it immediately. So that's what the Gemini Phantom Fist was. He had a sudden realization. Gemini Phantom Fist was a peculiar technique that combined spiritual power and battle techniques, its attacks accompanied by spiritual power. People who were not strong in their spirit would be hit in an instant, and it would be extremely difficult to deal with. However, it was a pity that Carl encountered a monster like Wang Ting. His spiritual power was already in the Imperial realm. Attacking him with spiritual power was akin to a young child swinging his sword in front of an adult. However, Carl wasn't considered weak as he had already reached the Emperor realm. It's not impossible. You have lost. Wang Ting had obtained the technique and said lightly. No, your spiritual power. Carl's face was horrified as he suddenly thought of something. To be able to overcome his Gemini Phantom Fist, the other party's spiritual power must be extremely powerful. Wang Ting's spiritual power would definitely be stronger than his. Froze had also thought about this and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had learned that Wang Ting was a divine spirit master during the exchange event. This meant that his spiritual power would be anything but weak. Still, he never imagined it to be stronger than Carl's. Froze remembered that sneer on Wang Ting's face when he was facing Carl's Gemini Phantom Fist. No wonder. In the face of his immense spiritual power, Carl's Gemini Phantom Fist was just an embarrassment to himself. What stage has your spiritual power reached? Carl asked anxiously. Froze also wanted to know the heights Wang Ting's spiritual power had reached. If it was the Emperor realm, it would still be reasonable. If it was the Imperial realm, then he didn't dare to think about it. No comments. Wang Ting wasn't that stupid to reveal his trump card to others. He didn't stay any longer as he turned and walked outside of the palace. At the same time, he didn't forget to pick up the attribute bubbles that were scattered all around the palace. Emperor Realm Spirit *35 Emperor Realm Spirit *40 Emperor Realm Spirit *48 Emperor Realm Enlightenment *65 Emperor Realm Enlightenment *38 Water Force *50 Water Force *35 Wang Ting's gaze flickered. There's something wrong with these palaces. There were a lot of attribute bubbles in almost every palace. Originally, these attribute bubbles should have disappeared in a short time if they were not collected. That wasn't the case for the attribute bubbles in the palace, though. They seemed to be locked up by some mysterious force. Although they would still disappear, they stayed longer than usual. But to Wang Ting, it was a great thing. From the first palace to the current one, 2 of his attributes had reached the 11-star low-tier general stage. And he had gained a lot in the Gemini Palace. His water force had reached the 11-star low-tier general stage, and his spiritual power had also seen a lot of improvement. Water force 860/20,000 11-star, Enlightenment 503/3000 Imperial Realm, Spirit 512/3000 Imperial Realm. Even his enlightenment had improved. Both his spirit and enlightenment had exceeded the 500-point mark. That was really not easy. It was a step forward in the long journey ahead. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting didn't linger any longer. He walked out of the Gemini Palace and headed for the next one. Froze looked at Carl and saw his depressed state. He wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know where to start or how to speak to him. In the end, he could only pat him on the shoulder. He then hurriedly followed Wang Ting, who had already disappeared from his view. Chapter 629. Anyone here? Cancer Palace. The Cancer Palace was the 4th Zodiac Palace. After getting here, Wang Ting stepped into the palace without any hesitation. He was extremely curious what benefits this Cancer Palace Holy Night would give him. Challenging the 12 Zodiac Palaces wasn't a face-value issue anymore. It was a question of how high his ability could rise. It would be great if he could improve by a realm every time he beat a Holy Night. As long as the benefits were enough, his face would come back. If it couldn't, nothing could be done about it. He still wanted his face. Beating the 12 Zodiac Palaces would give him his dignity back. After all, as a top talent, his dignity was still important. He mustn't get bullied easily. Froze followed behind him, not knowing what Wang Ting was thinking. If he knew, he might vomit blood on the spot. The guy wanted to beat all 12 Zodiac Palaces just because Arudis stopped him. Was his dignity so high? Froze was worried. Margus, the Holy Knight guarding the Cancer Palace, was on par with Carl in terms of ability. However, his skills were a little unique. Froze wondered if he could stop Wang Ting. The Cancer Palace was pitch black. Even the lights at the end of the passageway couldn't shine in. It was as if all the light had been swallowed. The Holy Knight was nowhere in sight. No one stopped him either. Wang Ting stopped walking 4 steps away from the entrance. Looking in from his position, he couldn't see the other end of the passageway. Everywhere he looked was pitch black. He activated his spiritual sight and looked into the darkness. He frowned. The darkness in the Cancer Palace blocked his vision. This was the first time. He felt a little excited. Unknown things were worth exploring. Normal attributes were gains without soul. He had no interest in them. It looked like he could get a good harvest here. There might even be surprises. Wang Ting smiled. The next instant, he stepped into the darkness in front. The moment he entered, he was submerged in it completely. Froze, who was behind him, couldn't see him anymore. Froze stopped walking. He remained at the same spot and waited for the result of the fight. Wang Ting stepped forward slowly in the darkness. His expression was composed. Other people might get exasperated and fearful after staying in this dark and enclosed space for some time. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Never underestimate the power of darkness. There might be nothing here except endless darkness, but no one would be able to maintain their composure after staying here for too long. If someone didn't break down, that must be because they hadn't stayed here for long enough. It could be explained if one had personally experienced it. Waking up in the middle of the night to visit the bathroom and the lights suddenly turned off, the person would have no choice but to grope around the dark. At some point they would stop walking because they had felt something peeking at them through the darkness. Wang Ting was experiencing the same situation. He seemed to have walked in the darkness for a long time, but there was no end to it. He felt something around him staring at him with an evil gaze, wanting to drag him into the darkness. He wasn't afraid, though. He knew that this was the doings of the Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace. He was just a little surprised. The Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace was indeed powerful. After all, he could create this darkness. Is there anyone here? Wang Ting opened his mouth and shouted. No reply. No one would reply to him. Is there anyone here? Wang Ting asked again. If there's no one, I'll ask again 3 minutes later. No reply. The atmosphere in this dark place seemed frozen. Wang Ting continued walking forward. After some time, he shouted, Is there anyone here? The time was just right, exactly 3 minutes. The atmosphere was eerily silent. If there's no one, I'll ask again 3 minutes later, Wang Ting repeated. Another 3 minutes passed. Wang Ting shouted as promised, Is there anyone here? No reply. If there's no one, I'll ask again 3 minutes later. Is there anyone here? No reply. If there's no one, I'll ask again 3 minutes later. Wang Ting was extremely patient. He kept moving forward and shouting every 3 minutes relentlessly. It was touching and exasperating. He walked for a long time. He didn't even know how many times he had shouted. Is there anyone here? Is there anyone here? His voice echoed in the darkness. Wang Ting seemed to have gotten addicted to this game. He planned to continue shouting regardless of the other party's reply. Another 3 minutes passed. He opened his mouth again. Suddenly, green dots of light lit up in his surroundings. At the start, they were the size of peas. Gradually, they grew bigger. In the end, they turned into balls of green light and floated around Wang Ting. The sudden appearance of the green balls of light made the area even scarier. The temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees. A soft groan sounded in the darkness, creating a sense of despair in the heart of whoever heard it. However, Wang Ting remained expressionless. He muttered to himself as if he didn't see the green balls of light around him. Indeed, there's someone here. Did he use the lights because he's afraid that I can't find my way? Why didn't he give more lights? No reply. The balls of green flame became a little unstable. They shook violently as if they were angered. What do you mean by you can't find your way? Are these green lights here to light up the place for you? Could you be a little more narcissistic? Shameless. The person behind the scene couldn't take Wang Ting's chatter anymore and finally decided to act. The green balls of flames lit up the entire area in spooky light. Wang Ting finally saw his surroundings clearly. This wasn't the Cancer Palace. It was an eerie graveyard. It was desolate, dilapidated, and frightening. Suddenly, blood-stained hands broke through the ground and grabbed Wang Ting's legs. Corpses started to crawl out toward him too. Their faces were distorted and horrendous. They seemed to be filled with pain and sorrow, but there was a sinister smile on their faces. It looked terrifying. An ordinary person, even if he was a martial warrior, might not be able to face this scene calmly. However, Wang Ting remained indifferent. He didn't move and allowed the scary corpses to climb towards him. It was as if they didn't exist. Is this an illusion? Wang Ting muttered to himself. He released his spiritual power and spread it out, wanting to disperse the illusion. But to his surprise, as his spiritual power spread out, the corpses remained. They didn't disappear. Chapter 630. Mini-Space Tornado, This Isn't an Illusion? The scene gave Wang Ting a shock. He frowned uncontrollably. Why would something that didn't exist in reality appear inside the Cancer Palace? If this wasn't an illusion, what could it be? But if this was an illusion, he should be able to break it with his spiritual power unless the other person's realm was higher than his. However, that wasn't possible either. Wang Ting denied this thought instantly. He wasn't overconfident. This was just the truth. There were people who had a higher realm than him, but they probably wouldn't appear here. Mount Saint would definitely view the Imperial Realm's spiritual power with high importance. Since spiritual power is useless, then Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. The force in his body exploded. Boom! Green flames surged out of his body along with his fire force. They swept over the corpses around him. Agonizing screams filled up the air. All the corpses were burned when they were touched by the emerald-glazed flame, turning into ashes and disappearing. These corpses were nothing in front of his divine fire. Wang Ting stood in the flames and stepped forward. Suddenly, his spiritual power, which was floating around, felt a slight emotional fluctuation at a certain part of this space. Found you. Wang Ting smiled and disappeared on the spot. Boom. The next instant, he appeared some distance in front to his left and punched the air. Bang. The punch made contact with something, creating a dull sound. Amidst the force explosion, a figure appeared out of thin air, his hands crossed in front of his chest. He stopped after taking a few steps back. This was a young man who was wearing divine constellation armor. He looked at Wang Ting grimly with bewilderment in his eyes. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. How did you find me? Margus asked and put down his hands secretly. Force flowed through his body as he dispersed the strong tremor that had infiltrated his body. Guess. Wang Ting sized up the man and smiled. The other party thought that his slight emotional fluctuations wouldn't be discovered, but he didn't know how powerful Wang Ting's spiritual power was. This slight movement was enough for him to lock onto him. Margus was frustrated. This young man from country Xia was evil. He kept shouting, asking if anyone was here. His voice was like a spirit. He almost lost his composure because of him. What was going on in his mind? Don't you want to know where this is? Margus suddenly smiled. There was sarcasm on his face. Do you want me to ask you? Wang Ting said, I want. Margus felt the corners of his lips twitching as he looked at that irritating face. I don't care where this is. I'll break it, Wang Ting continued calmly. How arrogant! Margus snorted. Try it. If you can get out of this place, I'll call you grandfather. Wait. Wang Ting suddenly took out his cell phone and pressed the screen. Okay, repeat what you've just said. Margus was stunned. What the hell are you doing? It's nothing. Just repeat what you've said, Wang Ting said earnestly. Are you playing with me? Margus' expression got ugly. You misunderstood me. I'm just afraid that you will regret your words later, Wang Ting replied. Regret? Margus sniggered. This is what I've said. If you can break this space, I will not only call you grandfather once, I can call you that 10 times or 100 times. I mean what I say. Very good. I like your confidence. Wang Ting kept his cell phone after he recorded his words and looked at Margus in admiration. He didn't just speak to Margus because he wanted to anger him. He was trying to get him to reveal himself. Although he didn't give much useful information, Wang Ting ascertained that this was another space. Wang Ting had an idea. This space might be a space fragment. The Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace made use of the space fragment using special means and turned it into this graveyard. He used it to control and defeat his opponent. It was a mysterious method that was hard to decipher. After all, not many people could control space. Wait, this meant that the Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace probably possessed space talent. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He hadn't seen space attributes in a long time. Was he finally going to see them again? Margus felt a chill travel down his spine as Wang Ting stared at him. Why was his gaze so strange? He looked as if he wanted to skin him alive. Did he have some strange fetish? Wang Ting didn't plan to waste any time. The space talent, which he hadn't used in a long time, was finally activated. Using space skills to destroy space skills was the best solution. Unfortunately for Margus, Wang Ting possessed space talent too. Besides, he wasn't weak. When he stretched out his palm, space power started gathering on it. The air above his palm started vibrating and spinning. It spun faster and gradually turned into a space tornado. This was a mini space tornado. Executing a large space tornado wasn't easy, but creating a mini one was still possible. Margus was watching the show at the side, but at this moment, his eyes widened in surprise, and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Gasp! Power of space! Margus was in disbelief. He didn't expect another person to have the ability to use space power. Also, the violent spatial fluctuations above Wang Ting's palm gave him a fright. His eyebrows kept jumping, and he had a bad feeling. I must stop him. He gasped in astonishment. With this thought in mind, multiple corpses broke out from the ground and pounced on Wang Ting. He didn't sit and wait. Taking a step forward, he shot towards Wang Ting. Boom! A powerful aura swarmed towards Wang Ting. Raising his head, his emerald-glazed flame swept through the air around him and burned those corpses into ashes. Die! Margus shouted in anger and clawed Wang Ting's palm. Too late. Wang Ting flicked his finger. The mini-space tornado sank into the darkness. Boom! An instant later, explosions rocked the place as the space around them started collapsing little by little. The darkness, the corpses, the graveyard, everything turned into dots of lights and disappeared gradually. No! Margus gritted his teeth, his eyes widening in anger as he shouted furiously. His body was also swept by the spatial power during the explosions. He was thrown back violently. Froze heard his shrill cry from the outside world and shuddered. He hesitated before saying, "That sounded like Margus." The moment this thought appeared, he noticed, to his astonishment, the darkness in front of him dissipating at a fast speed. The space in front of him became distorted, sucking the darkness inside. The Cancer Palace resumed its normal appearance slowly. Chapter 631. The Master of the World. Reserve. The darkness shattered and the space collapsed. Everything returned to normal. Sunlight from outside shone in, illuminating the two figures standing in front. One was straight and tall while the other was stumbling. Froze's eyes became wide as saucers in surprise. He released a helpless sigh in his heart. The result was obvious. Margus had lost. As the High Priest, he had some understanding of Margus' skills. Currently, it seemed as if his methods had been entirely destroyed. Froze held his breath uncontrollably. Margus stabilized himself. He seemed to be in a miserable state as blood dripped down the edge of his lips. He had suffered a heavy injury. "You destroyed my death space," he said in a serious and astounded tone. Froze was flabbergasted. Wang Ting destroyed the legacy of the Cancer Palace, the death space? That was unbelievable. Death space. Wang Ting scoffed. You call that small space fragment death space? This death space was nothing compared to the dimensional rifts he saw in the past. Margus' face turned ugly. He could clearly discern the contempt in Wang Ting's voice. This emotion was real. He didn't do it on purpose. To him, his death space wasn't worth mentioning. If other people gave him this attitude, he would take it as a joke. However, this young man had destroyed his death space a moment ago. He used his ability to show that he wasn't boasting. He was stating the truth. Wang Ting didn't care about his thoughts. He scanned the surroundings and swept the attribute bubbles scattered everywhere. Space *20 space *18 space *23 space fragment *210. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Space fragment *240 space fragment *180 origin of soul *1 origin of soul *1 origin of soul *1 with the attribute bubbles merging into his body. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. There was happiness and surprise in his gaze. Origin of soul. This was similar to the origin of life, but it was used on his soul. Instantly, Wang Ting felt a shiver coming from the depths of his soul. It wasn't because he saw something scary. It was the result of an uncontrollable comfortable feeling deep inside his soul. He felt that his spirit was about to make some indescribable sound. As if his soul was rising up to heaven. At the same time, a new row appeared on his attributes panel. Origin of soul. 1256. Wang Ting had 1,000 points of origin of soul at the start. He had added another 256 points to the total, which was slightly more than a quarter. This quarter was nothing to scoff at. Wang Ting knew how tough it was to increase the origin of soul. The origin of soul was as rare as the origin of life. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't drop it unless there were special circumstances. This time, the increase in his origin of soul was 25% his original value. This gain was unexpectedly huge. Wang Ting didn't know if he would ever have this chance again. Anyway, why did Margus drop the origin of soul attribute? No, this wasn't right. He didn't drop the origin of soul. These attribute bubbles were dropped by the corpses in the death space. Those corpses were souls. An idea flashed in Wang Ting's mind. He finally understood the nature of the corpses. At this moment, an indescribable feeling erupted from his body. As his origin of soul increased, gentle and warm energy appeared in Wang Ting's consciousness. Boom! His spiritual power, including his entire mind, was nourished. It seemed to have risen to a higher level. Wang Ting was surprised and elated. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked at his attributes panel involuntarily. Spirit, 1543/3000 Imperial Realm, Enlightenment, 1522/3000 Imperial Realm. What is this? Wang Ting was astounded. His spirit and enlightenment rose by more than 1,000 points. This was unbelievable. Mind you, he had picked up countless attribute bubbles before his Imperial Realm spirit and enlightenment increased by 500 points. Yet in that short instant both attributes rose exponentially. Wang Ting might be used to his attributes skyrocketing, but even he felt a little dreamy now. The soul affects spiritual power and talent? His eyes flickered as he pondered. Besides the origin of soul, which was a pleasant surprise, he received another present. Space fragment. When he destroyed Margus' death space fragment attributes were dropped. This holy knight from the Cancer Palace didn't disappoint him. He was a martial warrior who possessed space talent. Such martial warriors were extremely rare. He was the only one Wang Ting had met so far. However, meeting one was good enough. He praised the resources of Mount Saint. Without them, he wouldn't be able to get hold of this rare space fragment. After absorbing all the attribute bubbles, he received 132 points of space attributes and 1250 points of space fragment. Space 7252/10,000 space fragment 1250/100000. Wang Ting was shocked as he looked at the space fragment row on his attributes panel, especially when he saw the question marks at the back. His mind was full of question marks too. The upper limit of the space fragment attribute was so high. Could it be that there was no limit? Wang Ting thought for a moment and understood the reason. Space could be infinitely big. At this moment, his consciousness sunk into a certain area in his mind. A special alternate world had appeared there. This was space fragment. This was a small and new space. Small was relative, but it wasn't big. It was around the size of a stadium, about the same size as Margus' death space. However, it was still bigger than his space ring. This was a good place to store his items. That wasn't its only use either. He would be wasting this gift if he used it to store items. When Wang Ting's consciousness entered the area, he felt like he was the god of this place. He was in control of everything here. He also sensed that this space was different from the other storage spaces. There was life in it. No wonder there were so many bodies of souls in Margus' death space. Bodies of souls were undoubtedly a form of life. Suddenly, Wang Ting shuddered. Since he possessed a space with life, would he be able to create a new world if he expanded this space infinitely? Wang Ting frightened himself with this thought. A new world? To think he dared to think about it. But it made sense. A vast space with life inside. Any living creature could survive inside. Wasn't this a world? Wang Ting would be the only god of this world. He would be the master of everyone. Wouldn't he be the master of the world? This state was extremely far away, but he could call himself the master of the world now or a reserve. Wang Ting started panting a little. He couldn't help but get excited after seeing a path with endless possibilities. Chapter 632 Abyss Burial. The Master of the World. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. But Wang Ting knew that if he wanted to raise the space fragment attribute to that level, he would need an enormous number of attribute bubbles. Space attribute bubbles weren't common. Thus, this path wouldn't be as simple as he thought. For a long time, he would be only sitting in the reserve seat. In fact, he might always be a reserve. However, this couldn't dispel Wang Ting's excitement and restlessness. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. He must stop thinking about it. If he continued, he would start daydreaming. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He glanced at Margus, who was standing opposite him. All of this had happened within a few breaths. Margus was breathing in heavily too, forcing himself to calm down. He glared at Wang Ting and said, "You destroyed my death space. You must die." Wang Ting's face turned cold. He looked at his opponent indifferently as killing intent surged into his heart. He wouldn't show mercy to anyone who was after his life. Arutus from the Taurus Palace and Karl from the Gemini Palace just stopped him. They didn't want to kill him, so he didn't employ his lethal skills. However, Margus. Froze's expression changed when he heard Margus' threat. He shouted, "Margus, Wang Ting is the goddess guest. Don't be disrespectful." "Froze, you're too late." Margus stared straight at Wang Ting and continued angrily, "The death space is the legacy of the Cancer Palace. Nothing must happen to it. Since this fellow destroyed it, I must kill him. I have no face to meet my predecessors. Afterward, I will take my life to atone for my crime." Froze was speechless. He had underestimated Margus' determination. What reason did he have to stop someone who wasn't afraid of death? He felt that things were getting more and more out of hand. What should he do? At this stage, only the goddess could solve this situation. Froze gritted his teeth and left Wang Ting and Margus alone. He rushed out of the Cancer Palace and dashed toward the Holy Temple. Wang Ting and Margus didn't stop him. The person in the way is gone. Come, let's have a real fight, Margus said. He knew that Wang Ting was a space talent martial warrior and possessed powerful skills. The violent force he used to destroy the death space was the perfect example. But as someone who wasn't afraid of dying, Margus wasn't deterred. Boom! His aura climbing, the force in his body surged out and shot right through the roof of the Cancer Palace. Even his hair was standing erect. His pupils turned extremely deep and profound, seemingly losing their emotions. They were indifferent and holy. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Boom. The entire Cancer Palace seemed to have sensed his anger. It erupted, and an ancient and powerful aura soared into the clouds. At the same time, in the sky, the Cancer star, which was 520 light-years away from Earth, suddenly lit up. A profound and divine strength passed through the long distance using some special means and dawned on Earth. The formidable warriors in every corner of Earth felt the dawning of this power. They looked up at the sky with a hint of confusion and astonishment. In an instant, the warriors in every country looked in the direction of North Country Star. They sensed the power landing in that direction. At the same time, the other holy knights in the zodiac palaces sprung up in bewilderment. Rushing out of their abodes, they glanced in the direction of the Cancer Palace in unplanned unison. What did that fellow do? How did he force Margus to this stage? Arudis muttered to himself in astonishment. Carl from the Gemini Palace was dumbstruck too. He couldn't remain calm. Who's challenging the palaces? If it was just an ordinary challenger, would Margus need to go so far? Multiple questions appeared in the minds of the holy knights. They were puzzled. Many higher authorities of the Holy Temple at the top of the mountain were alerted. In one of the small halls in the Holy Temple, the great sage ordered, "Go and find out what happened." Yes. Someone received the order and went out. The old great sage seemed worried. He muttered to himself, "Times are changing. Is Mount Saint unable to stay out of this? No, I must see the goddess." He left hurriedly and walked deep into the Holy Temple. At this moment, in the sky above the Cancer Palace, Wang Ting was in front of Margus, so he felt it the most. Margus had turned extremely scary. That power was so terrifying that even he felt had to be vigilant. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was confusion in his eyes. Boom. Margus moved. He turned into lingering shadows as he shuttled through space and appeared in front of Wang Ting like a ghost. His slender palm chopped down on Wang Ting's head. Die. Die your head. Wang Ting snorted. He wasn't afraid and returned his attack with a punch. Boom. The fist and palm glows collided. Both parties took a few steps back from the impact. The next second, they left behind afterimages and charged towards each other again. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang continuously. Both of them crashed into each other, using their space power to its maximum. After receiving the strength of the star, Margus' space power rose tremendously. It was as if he had received an adrenaline shot. All his attacks were filled with strong power. One punch was enough to cut through space and shatter the air. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't be able to handle such attack. However, Wang Ting's space talent had reached an extremely high level. He wasn't afraid of the other party. His attacks were filled with spatial power too. They were formidable and neutralized the space damage of his opponent's attack. The longer Margus fought, the more serious he became. He was able to execute his space power to this level because of the help of the star, yet Wang Ting was still equal in strength. How monstrous was this youngster? Pant, pant. The two of them separated. As Margus panted, his gaze turned crazy. Suddenly, black light blossomed around his body and spread out. Very soon, it swallowed all the lights around him, and the entire Cancer Palace was plunged into darkness again. What's he planning to do? Wang Ting frowned. Margus disappeared into the darkness. The entire place went silent. Wang Ting sensed something amiss. He glanced around him but didn't notice anything. At this moment, Margus' voice resounded abruptly. Abyss. Burial. His voice echoed as if they were in a valley. Circles of sound waves rebounded continuously. The darkness around them shrunk furiously towards Wang Ting. Darkness was enveloping him. Wang Ting released his force, covering his entire body with emerald-glazed flame to resist the encroaching darkness. However, the darkness shrunk into a black dot and passed through the green flame. It sunk into Wang Ting's forehead. Boom! His mind shook, his body trembled, and even his soul seemed to have shaken out of his body. Nonetheless, a strange force tied around his spirit like a huge mountain suppressing it. His soul refused to budge. Impossible! Margus exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 633. If I say I'll/you, I will. It doesn't matter who comes. Wang Ting felt the lingering fear. He got hit just now. If the mysterious power hadn't appeared at the end and pressed his soul down, he didn't dare to think about the consequences. He was vigilant, but he didn't expect Margus to have such skills. He could push one's soul out directly. There were no solutions for this skill. He could only disregard this attack if his ability was much higher than Margus. However, Margus had the help of the star power, so in terms of realms, he was above Wang Ting. Wang Ting could hold his own because he had multiple skills, and his battle ability was indomitable. This was the reason why Margus was in disbelief. As the secret scripture of the Cancer Palace, the Abyss Burial had never failed him. But it had no effects on Wang Ting. His face was filled with confusion. He took a few steps back, unable to believe what had happened. Wang Ting's face turned grim. He stared coldly at Margus and made a move abruptly. Embark appeared in his hand with green flames burning around it. Their weapons collided. A ringing sound echoed in the air. Wang Ting compressed the emerald-glazed flame and turned it into a flaming blade glow more than 10 meters long. It slashed through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming blade aura. Margus' face turned pale. The Abyss Burial had used up most of his strength. He was running on fumes now. Hence, in front of the frightening blade glow, he retreated without any hesitation. He did seem fearless of death a moment ago. But when it stared at him in the eye, not many people could maintain their cool. If they didn't have to die, who would want to die? He would rather receive the punishment from the holy temple than die in Wang Ting's hands. Thinking of running away? A mocking smile appeared on Wang Ting's face. His gaze was extremely cold. Do you think you can leave? Killing intent was raging all around him. The blade glow on Embark had reached the limit. He was about to slash it down. At this moment, a shout was heard from the other side of the passageway in the Cancer Palace. Humph! Wang Ting frowned, his movements not pausing for a bit. The person who rushed over yelled when he saw this scene. He was holding a battle sword in one hand and could only slash out a sword glow in haste. It headed straight for Wang Ting's flaming blade glow. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp. The flaming green blade glow slashed through the air and disappeared on the spot. It traveled through space and landed above Margus' head, chopping it off. Margus looked up. The reflection of the flaming blade glow grew bigger in his pupils. Every single inch of his skin felt the scorching heat from the green flame. How does he have the guts to do this? The thought appeared in his mind. What a joke. If I say I'll/you, I will. It doesn't matter who comes. Wang Ting snorted as if he could read his mind. Margus was in despair and regret. He only had the time to scream in agony before he got submerged by the flaming blade glow. In the last second of his life, his pupils were filled with green flames. There was nothing else. The green flames spread out and swept through the ground. The person behind couldn't get any closer. On the other side, the sword glow aimed at Wang Ting's flaming blade glow lost its target and went toward him instead. Wang Ting squinted. His fist was covered in light, and the five-element conscious exploded. He met the sword glow head-on. Under his powerful fist aura, the sword glow that was released in a haste cracked and shattered. It couldn't hurt him at all. At the same time, the green flames that were submerging Margus danced wildly in the air before dissipating. The entire ground was burnt. Margus' figure was no longer in sight. Only pieces of broken golden divine constellation armor were seen scattered on the ground, as well as the attribute bubbles floating 3 inches above the ground. The person at the other end of the passageway finally got here. His expression was extremely ugly when he saw this scene. He stared at Wang Ting coldly. The person was around 30 and had golden hair. He was very handsome, and he gave off a fierce and powerful aura. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Froze was behind him. He instantly sensed the tense atmosphere between the two people. When he saw the entire process of Margus' death, he knew that he couldn't mitigate this conflict anymore. He felt helpless. He was still a step too late. He looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. This fellow was indeed decisive. He dared to kill a holy knight on Mount Saint. Which martial warrior dared to do this? Wang Ting wasn't worried though. He ignored the person's deathly glare and swept the attribute bubbles over with his spiritual power. Emperor Realm Enlightenment *268 Ultimate Stage Wood Talent *130 Wang Ting's eyes glimmered after he picked up the attribute bubbles. The gains he received from killing this Cancer Palace Holy Knight were not bad. He got 380 points of space attributes, allowing his space attribute to reach 7,632 points in total. He also received 255 points of Emperor Realm Spirit and 268 points of Emperor Realm Enlightenment. Unexpectedly, Margus' Spirit and Enlightenment had reached the Emperor Realm. This was uncommon among general stage martial warriors. Then there were 2,610 Wood Force attributes. Although Margus was a space talent martial warrior, he also possessed extremely high Wood Force talent. Wang Ting's Wood Force was already at the 11-star low-tier general stage. With the additional 2,610 attribute points, his Wood Force increased again. Wood Force, 2960/20,011 star. He even dropped 130 points of Ultimate Stage Wood Talent. Without a doubt, as a martial warrior who could become a holy knight, his talent wouldn't be weak. But Wang Ting didn't care about this. His attention was on the Abyss Burial. Margus almost forced his soul out of his body using this skill. This was enough to prove how extraordinary it was. Also, this was the first time he saw a skill that could attack the soul. At first, he was still wondering how Margus obtained all the souls to put in his space fragment to create the death space. As the Abyss Burial attribute merged into his body, the relevant information appeared in Wang Ting's mind. The Abyss Burial was an ancient secret scripture of the Cancer Palace. It was solely passed down to the Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace. This battle technique was linked to the death space of the Cancer Palace, and only its Holy Knight could receive this legacy. Outsiders had no chance to get it. If the martial warriors of Mount Saint obtained this skill, they would be invincible. Yet Wang Ting still got the skill. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634. You have no right. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. After comprehending the abyss burial, he realized that this skill had its limit. There were many restrictions too. First, you needed extremely high space talent to cultivate this skill. There was no chance for normal martial warriors to learn it otherwise. Even if they learned it, they would only be able to use it a limited number of times. The origin of soul was needed for every usage, and it wasn't possible to increase the origin of soul through cultivation. Once you executed the abyss burial too many times, no matter how powerful you were, your soul would be destroyed. The souls in the death space weren't obtained solely by Margus. They were an accumulation of all the generations of the Cancer Palace Holy Knights. Unfortunately, with the bug of the system, Wang Ting burned the fruits of the labor of all the generations of Holy Knights into ashes. No wonder Margus hated him to the core and wanted to kill him. This grudge was quite big. Second, abyss burial could only be used on weaker opponent. The greater the difference in ability, the higher the success rate. If the abilities were equal, the chance of failing was high. Margus was able to shake Wang Ting's soul mainly because he took in the star power. His ability had risen exponentially. Also, he went all out and had exhausted his origin of soul to kill him. He didn't leave any escape path for himself. A hint of confusion appeared in Wang Ting's mind. That force that held my soul down, is it the system? He could only think of this possibility. Besides the system, nothing else could curb that invisible and unpredictable attack. System, tell me, is it you? Wang Ting asked in his heart. If it's you, give me some response. We are so close. Don't be so quiet. Come on, tell me. I'll be grateful. Alright, you don't have to admit it. Wang Ting felt helpless. The system never made any sound. He wondered if it could speak at all. The moment this complaint arose in his heart, he felt his head turning numb, and a chill ran down his spine. System, I was wrong. Wang Ting immediately admitted his mistake like a coward. How arrogant! You can kill whoever you want? Do you think you can step on Mount Saint's face like this? The golden-haired man was furious at getting ignored. Wang Ting finally turned around and looked at him. He said calmly, "Respect isn't given by others. You have to earn it. Mount Saint's actions have widened my perspective of the world." The golden-haired man didn't know how to respond. In the end, he said angrily, "Even if we haven't treated you properly, you didn't have to kill someone. What were you doing when Margus wanted to kill me?" Wang Ting sneered. "Is taking my life what you meant by not treating me properly? You are good at twisting the facts." The golden-haired man wasn't Wang Ting's match when it came to talking. He was stuck and couldn't find any reasons to refute. He took a deep breath to calm down and continued, "I'm not going to waste time with you. You killed one of our holy knights, so you must stay and receive our punishment." "Punishment? Ah." Wang Ting laughed. There was contempt on his face. "I'm a martial warrior from country Xia. When is it your turn to punish me?" His expression changed towards the end. He said coldly, "You have no right." Froze, and the golden-haired man's expression changed entirely. The golden-haired man finally remembered that Wang Ting was from country Xia. He had the support of a top nation. Keeping his ability and talent in mind, country Xia must definitely view him with importance. With this background, even if they had the chance, they wouldn't dare to punish Wang Ting easily. The golden-haired man felt exasperated and humiliated. He felt that his dignity was being trampled on by an outsider. With his status, he had never suffered such humiliation. "I really can't touch him?" The golden-haired man felt helpless and frustrated. "No, this person killed Margus. He must give Margus an answer. If not, others will think that we are easy to bully." Many thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, his gaze shimmered and he said, "Froze, let's take him down together. Sage Olive." Froze's expression changed as he looked at the golden-haired man. He didn't expect Sage Olive to ignore country Xia's pressure and punish Wang Ting forcefully. "Move!" Olive shouted. The next instant, He vanished and appeared in midair. He swung his battle sword down at Wang Ting. A blue ray of sword light lit up the surroundings. Everything seemed to have disappeared from the world, and only this sword ray was left. All the paths of the retreat were locked. There was nowhere to hide. Visit Me for extra chapters. A casual strike from this golden-haired man possessed such a power. This was unbelievable. Very good. Wang Ting laughed in anger. This golden-haired man didn't care who was in the wrong anymore. He was firm on pinning the blame on him. In an instant, the force in his body surged out and soared into the sky. A strong wind blew against Wang Ting's clothes. His black hair danced wildly in the air. Wang Ting had an unruly expression on his face. He glanced at the man from the corner of his eyes arrogantly. "Let's see if you have the ability to take me down." Bellowing in anger, he stepped on the ground, and a frightening force swept through the area. Cracks appeared on the ground like spiderwebs. He shot towards the sky like an arrow leaving its bow. Mok swung up violently. An exceptionally sharp golden light crashed into Olive's blue sword light. In an instant the two sword lights clashed. The two sharp blades collided, releasing sparks in the air. The clang of metals resounded in the air. Olive's pupils constricted. He felt a strong power pushing him in the opposite direction. His hand started hurting from the impact, and even his bones were groaning. Suddenly, a purple light flashed past his face. "Shit!" Olive's expression changed. He retreated hurriedly. A lightning spear came after him. It flew toward him at the speed of light and appeared in front of him in an instant. However, his ability shouldn't be underestimated either. Although the lightning spear came a little unexpectedly, he still managed to stop it with a wave of his sword and shattered it into pieces forcefully. More lightning spears rushed towards him from other directions, surrounding him from all corners. Olive struggled to cope with the onslaught of attacks. Wang Ting was chasing him like a shadow. When he released his fist, the fist glow shot out and energy exploded. He punched continuously. At the same time, the emerald-glazed flame turned into a rope under the control of his spiritual kinesis, trying to entangle Olive. Some of the flames turned into arrows and rained down on him. The moment Wang Ting attacked, it was like a storm. Wang Ting's attack was like a gale. It was exceptionally violent and brutal. There was no stopping it. Olive was stunned by all the attacks. He had been hit by many fire arrows and got injured instantly. He roared like a wild beast uncontrollably. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635. Olive was astounded and furious. The injuries on his body weren't serious since he blocked them in time, but this was the first time someone had hurt him. As a great sage, he held a high position in the Holy Temple. He was used to giving orders and having others treat him with respect. However, Wang Ting refused to give in to him and even refuted him many times. He felt that his ego was crushed. Anger boiled in his heart. "Froze, what are you doing? Move." Olive's face turned dark as he glared at Froze, who was still hesitating. Froze was put in a dilemma. In regards to this matter, they weren't in the right. If he acted, the consequences would be unpredictable. But he looked at Olive's cold gaze and sighed, feeling bitter. The officer was weaker than the commander. If he didn't act, he would offend Olive. Regardless of what consequences there would be, Olive wouldn't let him go. "Sorry about this." He looked at Wang Ting and said to him using voice transmission. Wang Ting ignored him. He scoffed and looked at the two of them fearlessly. Froze felt his head hurting when he saw his dauntless look. He blamed the higher authorities of the Holy Temple for sending this idiot to take care of this matter. Instead of resolving the issue, he made it worse. But the arrow was already on the bow. Olive was delighted when he saw Froze joining the battle. He looked at Wang Ting coldly. The force in his body exploded as a dazzling sword glow blossomed from his sword. Sounds were heard in the air. If one listened carefully, one could hear the faint sound of the sword vibrating. This was sword conscious. Olive had experienced Wang Ting's power, so he knew that he couldn't take him down using normal means. Even he had to exert all his strength. On the other side, Froze decided to act too. A long spear had appeared in his hand. A sharp golden spear glow shot out from the tip of the spear, with a faint spear-conscious intertwining around it. Boom! The two of them moved and attacked Wang Ting from both sides. Olive wielded his long sword. The impact waves grew more violent as he slashed his sword at Wang Ting. Froze stabbed his long spear out. A ray of spear glow cut through the air. Wang Ting held MOK in his hand and fought with the two of them. He wasn't at any disadvantage. The three of them were locked in an intense fight. In the Cancer Palace, the ground was broken, and bumps were seen everywhere. Many of the pillars were smashed into pieces. The place was in ruins. Olive and Froze felt their eyes twitching continuously. This was an important structure of Mount Saint. It had existed for many years, but today it was getting wrecked by Wang Ting. It would be a mistake to underestimate the aftereffects of a general stage martial warriors fight. No matter how strong the materials of the Zodiac Palaces were, they would also break under the force of a general stage martial warriors attack. Olive and Froze exchanged glances with one another and dashed out of the Cancer Palace. They wanted to lure Wang Ting into the sky to fight. However, Wang Ting didn't take the normal path. He threw his blade out and smashed a huge hole on the roof of the palace. Amidst the explosion, he stepped on the air and caught up with the two of them. They stood opposite one another. Looking at the conspicuous large hole on the roof, the muscles on Olive's face twitched uncontrollably. He must have done it on purpose. Froze knew how evil Wang Ting was, so he didn't find it weird. Nevertheless, the corners of his lips still twitched involuntarily. Damaging the Cancer Palace because of a fight was reasonable, but creating a hole on purpose was a little outrageous. No one can save you after all the crimes you have committed today. Olive stared intently at Wang Ting and shouted angrily. Come and catch me. Wang Ting remained calm and hooked his fingers at his opponent. Come. Don't hesitate. Come and catch me. Then, his expression changed, and he shouted, Come. Olive was stunned by his shout. He looked at Wang Ting, puzzled. He didn't understand what was happening. They were the ones supposed to catch Wang Ting. Why was he acting fiercer than them? Froze's expression turned strange. He felt that his horizons had been expanded. A person could be timid, but he must still sound fierce. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Look at Wang Ting. The moment he opened his mouth, Olive got stunned. Olive regained his senses quickly. His face turned green as he turned angry from embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he said, You good. I'm indeed good, Wang Ting said. He choked and almost didn't manage to catch his breath. This be *tch. Olive took a deep breath. He felt that he should stop talking to Wang Ting. If not, he would die from anger. He suddenly waved his hand. 11 golden rays shot out and flew towards the other 11 Zodiac Palaces, apart from the Cancer Palace. 12 holy knights, listen to my order! A shout came out of Olive's mouth. Froze didn't have any time to react when Olive acted just now. After hearing his announcement, his expression changed tremendously. He looked at Olive in disbelief. He wanted to activate all 12 holy knights. Ever since the dawn of the martial arts era and the return of Mount Saint on Earth, there had never been a situation where all 12 holy knights were called at once. Yet, he broke this ancient rule to catch Wang Ting. The holy knights' responsibility was to guard the Zodiac Palaces. They couldn't be activated easily. Wasn't Olive afraid of getting punished by the higher-ups for creating this huge scene? At this moment, a token appeared in front of the remaining 11 holy knights in their Zodiac Palaces. They looked at the token and heard Olive's voice. Some of them frowned, some were hesitant, some felt helpless, some were in deep thought, and some were speechless. Their expressions varied a lot. Very soon, some holy knights accepted the token and disappeared from their palace. Others chose to ignore it and receded into the darkness of their palaces. Many figures appeared above the Cancer Palace. There were 7 in total. These people all exuded an extraordinary aura. They weren't old, all around 30, and they were wearing their divine constellation armors. They landed beside Olive. Carl from the Gemini Palace was among them. The rest were all unfamiliar faces. Olive frowned when he saw only 7 people here. A sinister look appeared in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. 7 people were enough. He didn't expect all the holy knights to come. After all, some of them were outrageously powerful and held special status in the holy temple. Also, they only listened to the goddess. Other people couldn't activate them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636. Grabbing Fate by the Throat. Everyone, please help me catch this person. Olive glanced at the 7 holy knights that came and said to them in a low voice. None of the holy knights spoke. They sized up Wang Ting with a look of interest. This fellow fought from the Taurus Palace to the Cancer Palace, beating all the 3 holy knights inside and even killing Margus. Carl, you have been defeated by him. Why do you have the face to appear here? One of the holy knights laughed and said. Demia. Carl's expression was ugly. His words stabbed him in his heart and touched his sore spot. Moreover, he spoke in front of everyone, embarrassing him greatly. He appeared here because he felt regret. He wanted to catch Wang Ting personally. However, Demia's words made him appear narrow-minded. He felt humiliated. If you're so strong, catch him personally, Carl said with a black face. Humph, do you think I'm as useless as you? Demia snorted. You! Carl was indignant. Olive turned green in anger. The holy knights either kept quiet or argued with each other. No one cared about him, making him a little awkward. Fortunately, at this moment, Edward from the Leo Palace said, All right, let's not argue every time we meet. Let's catch him first. Do you think we should let him run wild on Mount Saint? The others turned to look at Carl and Demia. The indifferent gazes pressurized the duo. They snorted and turned their heads away. They stopped their useless quarrel. Then, everyone looked at Wang Ting. The holy knights scattered around Wang Ting without any exchanges of words, surrounding him in the middle. Wang Ting remained calm. He glanced around him and smirked. Were they planning to attack him together? How naive. His specialty was gang fights. He had no trouble taking down an entire group of people. Who wants to go first? Edward remained conceited. He didn't plan to attack Wang Ting together, so he asked everyone this question. Demia, why don't you go first? Take him down alone. Let Carl see how you do it? Yarrow from the Capricorn Palace teased. They laughed light-heartedly with indifference and arrogance on their faces. It was as if they knew they could beat up Wang Ting however they wanted. Even if Wang Ting had defeated 3 Zodiac Palaces and killed Margus from the Cancer Palace, they didn't think that he could cause any trouble under their encirclement. Mind you, the higher you went, the stronger the power of the holy knights of the palaces. Besides Carl, the other 6 holy knights were all more powerful than Margus. Every formidable warrior had their arrogance. The stronger a person was, the more ego they had. Unfortunately, they had met Wang Ting. He remained nonchalant as he listened to their contemptuous tones. His emotions weren't affected. Stop arguing. Just come together. One sentence was enough to turn everyone silent. The 7 holy knights stared at Wang Ting without blinking. They seemed to have heard something unbelievable. You're looking for death. The 7 holy knights spoke one after another. Their gazes were cold as they bellowed. Ha ha ha! Wang Ting suddenly laughed. Why are you laughing? Edward frowned. Because you're so funny. Wang Ting chuckled. Suddenly, his expression turned eerie and he shouted, Since you're so impatient, let me send you on your journey. In an instant, a frightening force swarmed out of Wang Ting's body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The forces of all 5 elements exploded together. The different elements of the forces seemed to have accumulated into a sea of forces. Waves towered and crashed into the shore. At the same time, the emerald-glazed flame was released too. It surrounded him and made him look like the Emperor of Flames. The 7 holy knights were flabbergasted. Immediately, they felt that they had underestimated Wang Ting. An ordinary martial warrior wouldn't possess such a frightening force. However, Wang Ting didn't give them any chance to think. They didn't see him moving, but a few sharp rays of light shot out from the flames around him. They were covered with fire and left a trail of flames behind them as they flew towards the holy knights. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The rays of light came quickly and abruptly, reaching the holy knights in the blink of an eye. They were aimed for their eyes or their hearts. Without any exception, every single one targeted their vital points. The 7 holy knights squinted. They hurriedly made their response. Demia from the Scorpio Palace raised his finger, and a crimson ray of light shot out from his sharp fingernail. It crashed into the ray of cold light. Edward from the Leo Palace was the most direct. His fist shimmered and multiple fist shadows appeared to block the sharp rays of light. The other holy knights executed their own skills to block the attack. Explosions rang continuously in the air. Unfortunately, no one could hit those sharp rays of light. The light rays seemed to have turned into agile snakes. They twisted and turned in the air, drawing lines of flame in the sky as they crashed furiously around the 7 holy knights. Right then, an agonizing scream alarmed the others. They turned their heads and noticed that Wang Ting had appeared in front of Carl. He was grabbing his throat with one hand and raising his body. Carl's both arms had been penetrated. Fresh blood dripped down. How dare you come again after I let you off once? You're courting death. Wang Ting sneered. His first target was Carl. Wang Ting understood his skills the best, so it wouldn't be difficult to deal with him as long as he knew what attacks to use. He was going to kill him to serve as a warning to others. If he didn't show the others his skills, they might think that he was easy to bully. Humiliation flashed past Carl's eyes when he heard this. However, Wang Ting was grabbing his throat, so he couldn't move at all. At this moment, he finally understood the difference between him and Wang Ting. But how could this person be so strong? Carl didn't fathom it. This was too unbelievable for him. His face turned red, and he was about to suffocate to death. Release him! Edward and the others shouted. They wanted to help Carl, but they were blocked by the shooting star spiral. Are you ordering me? Wang Ting glanced at everyone and sneered. Even at this moment, they hadn't realized the situation and still dared to shout and order him around. What a bunch of idiots! Release him. If not, you will have to die today. Demia said angrily. Wang Ting smiled. He looked at Carl and said, Don't blame me, blame them. Look, is this something they should say? They are trying to harm you. Fear appeared in Carl's eyes. He struggled frantically, but it was all in vain. Although he wanted to speak, he couldn't make any sound because Wang Ting was grabbing his throat. Sad little thing. Wang Ting looked at him struggling desperately. He shook his head and exerted energy on his fingers. A crisp sound was heard. Everyone was staggered and filled with disbelief. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, Carl's dead. Demia widened his eyes in shock when he saw this scene. He felt lost. Carl, who was arguing with him a moment ago, was dead. He thought that with 6 other holy knights here, Wang Ting would hesitate before taking any action and wouldn't dare to kill Carl. But the martial warrior from country Xia wasn't afraid. He killed without any worry and didn't take his threat to heart. Demia felt a burning sensation on his face. The other holy knights were dead silent too. Carl was a holy knight, but he got killed right in front of their eyes. His neck was broken like a duck getting killed. This humiliating death was the greatest provocation to the holy knight. Edward and the others looked extremely ugly as they glared at Wang Ting. Arrogance was no longer on their faces. Wang Ting smiled gently as he looked at everyone. He found their sudden change quite interesting. Indeed, they would be angry. He had successfully ignited their fury. They looked more humane now. They were no longer high and mighty holy knights. These people just lacked a beating. Looking at Wang Ting's smile and his calm expression, a bad feeling shot right into Olive's head. The second one. The higher authorities had asked him to solve the conflict and end the matter. But because of his actions, another holy knight had lost his life. Only 10 holy knights were left. Suddenly, he regretted using a hard stance to solve this issue. But it was too late. Wang Ting released his grip around Carl's neck and swung his hands, throwing his corpse to the side. Edward and the others were infuriated. They shouted in anger. Someone released his force and sent Carl's corpse into the cancer palace below so that he wouldn't slam on the ground directly. Holy knights mustn't be humiliated. We will apprehend you and let you experience the cruelest punishment of the holy temple. Edward's voice was filled with extreme anger. That's right. We mustn't let him escape today. Yafel from the Aquarius Temple was a beautiful lady with long blue hair. She had kept quiet all this while, but when she saw Carl getting killed, she finally stepped out. After all, she was a part of the Holy Knight. So young yet so ruthless. Your killing intent is too strong. If we allow you to leave, you might kill more people in the future. This statement was directed at Wang Ting. A hint of disdain could be heard in her voice, as if Wang Ting was the most heinous of criminals. Wang Ting's expression turned weird. Ever since he stepped on the martial arts path, he had seen many evil people who killed others without thinking. However, this was his first time meeting a righteous martial warrior like this lady. Also, her values were a little strange. These holy knights came to catch him and even wanted to kill him. Couldn't he resist? Wang Ting knew that he wasn't a good person, but he wouldn't kill the innocent. All the people he killed courted their own death. Yet, in this lattice's eyes, he was labeled a serial killer? Wang Ting was so angry that he started laughing. What kind of people were they? Didn't the Holy Temple give these holy knights some moral education? Why are you laughing? Yafel scoffed. Laughing at your immaturity, little kid. Wang Ting didn't hide the smile on his face. He even emphasized the last 2 words. You! Yafel was furious. She wanted to beat him up. Yafel, don't fall into his trap. This fellow has a sharp tongue. He wants to rile you up so that he can pick us apart one by one. A man suddenly stopped Yafel. He shook his head slowly. This man was extremely handsome. His beauty wasn't limited to that of a man or a woman. It was a beauty that combined all the greatness of the world. His vibe was refined, and his posture was elegant. He looked like a deity who walked out from the legend. He didn't seem like a human. Wang Ting glanced at his face emotionlessly. He felt no jealousy. Instead, he was just a little worried about him. Why do you have to be so beautiful? Aren't you worried that heaven will be jealous and strike you with lightning? Who are you? Wang Ting asked curiously. Pisces Palace, Blofeld. The pretty man opened his mouth and said, Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. You must have had a tragic childhood, right? Wang Ting asked. What do you mean? Blofeld felt that Wang Ting's tone was a little strange, but failed to catch his meaning. He frowned. Your looks are outstanding. Wang Ting pointed at his face. Did any strange uncle lure you to look at goldfish when you were young? Veins popped out on Blofeld's forehead. yet even his angry face was better looking than others. However, this wasn't important. The main thing was, he was about to explode. He glared at Wang Ting with his beautiful eyes. To hell with looking at goldfish. He was a man. A man. He didn't want to look at any goldfish. Wait, it didn't matter if he wanted to see it or not. This had never happened. At the same time, Edward and the other holy knights looked at Blofeld strangely as they thought of something indecent. Damn it, it was all that fellow's fault. Wang Ting's words were too powerful. Even in this tense atmosphere, he managed to lead them astray. Really? Wang Ting asked again. He touched his chin and pondered. In that case, did he trick you by offering to buy lollipops or ice popsicles? Ah! Blofeld was burning with anger. He screamed into the sky. He was still persuading Yafel not to act rashly a moment ago, but he couldn't control his own emotions and charged forward. Edward and the others grabbed Blofeld's shoulders tightly. Don't be impulsive. Let me go. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Blofeld shouted while struggling. Edward had a headache. He couldn't stop Blofeld. Hence, he said, everyone, let's do it together. Yes. The others nodded and acted simultaneously. 6 forces soared into the sky. They merged together and formed a frightening force torrent. It shot towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp, the force in his body gushing out like a torrent. The forces of the 5 elements were released in their entirety. Earlier, while completing the merger of the 5-element fist conscious, he had gained some valuable insight. The 5-element forces were similar. An idea flashed into his mind. The 5-element forces twirled in circles, reinforcing and restraining with one another. They collided with the force torrent formed by the 6 forces of the Holy Knights. The 2 force torrents crashed into each other and created an earth-shattering explosion. The loud rumble spread far and wide. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638. Who's next? An astonishing scene appeared in the sky. 2 force torrents collided fiercely, looking like 2 vertical Milky Ways. For some time, no side was able to gain an upper hand. However, this was 1 person versus 6 people. The 6 holy knights turned grim. They looked at Wang Ting in bewilderment. 5 elements. This martial warrior from country Xia possessed all 5 elements. What kind of talent was this? Since they were able to become holy knights, they must be talented, more so than the normal martial warriors. However, in front of Wang Ting, they felt extremely normal. This was a huge blow to them. Was this fellow a monster? They finally stopped belittling Wang Ting. He was indeed powerful. No wonder Margus and Karl had died in his hands. They died for a reason. Olaf's face turned black when he realized that the 6 holy knights couldn't take down one Wang Ting. He released his force and merged it into the holy knight's force torrent. Froze, he shouted. Froze felt helpless. He had no choice but to release his force and help the others in resisting Wang Ting. Boom! With the addition of their forces, the Holy Knight's force torrent expanded in size. It bore down on Wang Ting like a huge pillar. Wang Ting's force torrent kept moving back. Humph! He snorted. The other forces in his body surged out. Poison, wind, ice, lightning. Boom, boom, boom. As these 4 forces merged into the torrent, his force torrent expanded multiple times too. How is that possible? Edward and the others were dumbstruck. This fellow still had more cards up his sleeves? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Was he even human? Olaf and Froze were appalled. They felt that their addition was useless. They couldn't fathom how strong Wang Ting truly was. Where was his limit? How was he able to release his force again and again like a bottomless pit? Wang Ting didn't waste any time. A green light flashed past his eyes. The emerald-glazed flame flew out like a giant fire dragon, spinning around the force torrent. It shot towards his opponents. Roar! The giant fire dragon roared and soared into the sky, bringing along its scorching heat. Shit! Edward and the others were shocked. They hurriedly retreated without any hesitation. Wang Ting's force torrent shot right into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Force explosions rang continuously. The 6 holy knights, including Olaf and Froze, were the first to bear the brunt. Even though they had retreated, they got hit by a huge impact and were thrown back 10 meters away. They appeared to be in a miserable state. Faces turning green, they felt exasperated. There were 8 of them, yet they were still at a disadvantage. What a huge joke this was. They exchanged glances with one another. Although they were frustrated, they still felt the lingering fear. If they hadn't retreated in time, they might have suffered serious injuries if they were hit directly by the force torrent. Olaf's heart dropped when he noticed that everyone seemed frightened of Wang Ting. He hurriedly said, "He's alone. The force torrent must have exhausted most of his force. He probably only has 10 or 20% left." The others reacted immediately. Indeed, a martial warrior's force had its limit. A general stage martial warrior would have a greater reserve, but with Wang Ting's large-scale output a moment ago, his force reserve should have dried up. Wang Ting was still able to stand because of his exceptional potential. Even so, they didn't believe that he had much juice left in him. Wang Ting sniggered at their reaction. Edward and the others regained their confidence. Before Wang Ting moved, they dashed towards him, releasing their fists or slashing their blades and swords. Attacks rained down on Wang Ting's head. The holy knights didn't hold back. Wang Ting stood on the spot without moving. As expected, he's exhausted. Edward and the others were elated. Olaf smiled uncontrollably when he saw this scene. He was overjoyed. Good, this is it. Take him down. Boom, boom, boom. The next instant, numerous attacks landed on Wang Ting. No, wait. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Edward and the others noticed something amiss. Their attacks didn't hit anything, going through Wang Ting's body. Shadow. They were flabbergasted. The space behind Demia started distorting. Wang Ting's figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. He was holding a golden brick in his hand and instilling force in it. Once the brick became exceptionally heavy, he swung it down. "Demia, be careful!" Edward shouted. Demia squinted. He felt danger dawning on him and wanted to run away. Too late. Wang Ting smirked. The gold brick smashed violently on Demia's head. A large bump started growing on the poor guy's head at a visible speed. Demia staggered. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Ting didn't show any mercy. He repeatedly smashed the brick on his head. The speed was astonishing. Demia turned into a pig's head quickly. "Since you like to show off, I'll bestow you with the horns of glory." Wang Ting smiled before giving him one last smack. Boom. Demia crashed into the ground at the speed of light and fainted. There was dead silence. Everyone felt the corners of their lips twitching when they saw Demia's tragic state. They felt that Wang Ting was a devil in human clothing. He was suffocatingly evil. After taking one down, Wang Ting looked at the others. "Who's next?" His calm voice spread out. Then, he disappeared on the spot. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They took a step back involuntarily and glanced around them, searching for Wang Ting in vigilance. Wang Ting activated his space talent and hid between space. Even general stage martial warriors would have a hard time finding him. "Yefel!" Blofeld suddenly yelled. Yefel's expression underwent a huge change. She turned around and her force shot out of her body. It gathered into a bottle above her head. "Absolute zero!" she roared. The next instant, a chill surged out of her body and spread to her surroundings. A layer of ice crystal appeared in the air. Everything around her was frozen, including Wang Ting, who had appeared behind her. Sneak attack. Yafel heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, but on the surface she sneered and appeared contemptuous. Bang! Suddenly, she felt excruciating pain coming from her head. She got hit with something. How is this possible? Astonishment appeared on her beautiful face. She didn't know what had happened. She had frozen Wang Ting. How did he appear behind her? Was he really a ghost? Didn't you say that I'm evil? Let me display my evilness then. Wang Ting's mocking tone sounded beside her ear. Then, dull thuds resounded outside the Cancer Palace. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 639. I'm a good person. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds echoed in the sky. They sounded extremely conspicuous. After all, this sound originated from the collision of a holy knight's head with a brick. It wasn't due to two pieces of wood knocking against each other. Yafel was in a daze. She was elegant and refined, beautiful and noble. Yet, someone was hammering a brick on her head? She couldn't believe that anyone would do this to her. She never imagined that she would suffer such a treatment one day. This was too much. Bang. Ah! Wang Ting didn't show any mercy to this beautiful lady. Look at how smooth his actions were when he hammered her head. Yafel's beautiful small face got distorted instantly. Her fair and crystal-clear skin turned red and started swelling. Edward, Olive, and the others were stunned. Wang Ting sure was ruthless. He had the heart to hit a beauty like Yafel. Didn't he have any tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex? What an insensitive man! Of course, this thought only flashed through their mind. When Wang Ting appeared, they immediately surrounded him. At the same time, they wanted to save Yafel. What a poor little thing! It was tragic. A beautiful lady like her got beaten into a pig's head. It was unbearable. Ah! Yafel disregarded her image and started screaming. Her mind was spinning from the beating. She was stumbling, but she continued to struggle. She wanted to break free from Wang Ting's control. However, Wang Ting stuck onto her like plaster. The brick seemed glued to her head too. Wherever she went, she would get hit. None of the hits were missed. Og, get off! The ice element force surged out of Yafel's body. She started wrecking her surroundings without looking. The ice force turned into sharp ice thorns with a bone-curdling chill. She fired them in all directions, hoping to push Wang Ting away. Last-ditch move. Wang Ting scoffed as green flames danced around him. Any ice thorns that got close were melted. They couldn't hurt him at all. On the other hand, the other holy knights had to retreat due to the ice thorns. Damn it! They were flaming in anger. Olive used his palm as a sword and shattered the ice thorns with his golden sword glows. He shouted, Yafel, stop attacking aimlessly. We can't get close. Wang Ting laughed. He felt that Yafel was an amazing support. What a stupid teammate. Yafel had already lost her cool. After the reminder, she realized the stupid thing she did and stopped attacking. Wang Ting took the chance to get closer and smashed the brick down again. He had to admit that the helmets the Holy Knights wore did quite a good job. If not, Yafel would have fainted a long time ago from his vicious hammering. Yafel had persevered for a long time. Hurry! Yafel shouted as she bore with the pain and humiliation. After she said this, she couldn't speak anymore. Wang Ting appeared in front of her and smiled at her. He slapped the golden brick on the front of her face. In Yafel's eyes, Wang Ting's smile was no different from a devil's. But soon, that face was replaced by a golden brick. The flat brick grew bigger in her eyes. Stop! A furious shout came from behind Wang Ting. Edward was the first to arrive. He punched his fists out violently. Lightning lion fist. Roar lightning flickered behind him. Purple bolts of lightning congregated into the outline of a lion. It looked up and roared into the sky as the fist glow shot out. Yafel was elated. She was saved. However, Wang Ting didn't seem to have heard Edward. He didn't evade and the brick remained on track. It landed as planned on her face. Yafel was dumbfounded. Was this fellow crazy? He would rather get hit by Edward's fists than give up on hitting her? What grudges did they have? Why did he have to target her? Yafel didn't understand Wang Ting's thoughts. She felt that he was crazy. Bang! All her thoughts melted into thin air as the brick came. Yafel was slapped straight in the face. Her head swung backward from the powerful impact. Her neck was long and slender like an arrogant swan, but a line of blood shooting out of her nose besmirched her beauty. Everything seemed to have slowed down. The nose blood gleamed brightly under the sunlight like a precious art piece. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. At this moment, Yafel's gaze had turned hazy. There were numerous questions in her mind, but they all turned into one word in the end. Why? On the other hand, Wang Ting felt amazing. He felt that he had risen to another stage. It feels good. If he hadn't hit her, his thoughts couldn't have been straightened out. Did he ever say that he wouldn't hit a lady? Did he? Even if he did, it didn't matter in this situation. There were only two kinds of people in the world. During a battle, gender wasn't important. There were only friends and foes. And the people in front of him were all foes. As his enemies, they shouldn't think they would receive special treatment as ladies. Wang Ting understood Yafel's confusion. He said calmly, "Look, I'm a good person. I hit you, but I won't kill you. So, next time, if you dare to say that I kill people like flies, I will hit you again." Pfft! Yafel was dumbfounded. She felt so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. She finally understood why Wang Ting targeted her. This fellow chased after her fervently because of what she said earlier. What kind of person was he? She had never seen such a narrow-minded guy. His mind was narrower than a needle. Boom! At this moment, the fist behind him was only inches away. Wang Ting remained unmoved though. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck his head along with the outline of a giant lion. Filled with resentment, Yafel saw Wang Ting's tall and lofty figure bathing in lightning. He was like a god from heaven. A hint of suspicion appeared in her heart. Could they even beat him? Wang Ting ignored Yafel. He looked expressionlessly at the outline of the lion. Ancient god's body. An occult golden symbol appeared on his forehead. It wasn't complicated, but it gave off a mysterious and holy aura. The next instant, Wang Ting released his fist. Strength of Ultima. Boom. Wang Ting's fist seemed ordinary and didn't cause any impact. It headed straight for the frightening lightning lion shadow. Boom. The two fist auras collided. Yarrow, Blofeld, and the others stared at the center of the collision. They were waiting to watch Wang Ting lose. Edward's lightning lion fist was the strongest fist skill among the Holy Knight. It contained the power of lightning and was extremely strong. Its power was a sight to behold. How could Wang Ting resist it? However, an unexpected scene appeared. The shadow of the lightning lion started cracking gradually after being hit by Wang Ting's ordinary-looking punch. It crumpled like dead leaves and broke into pieces. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 640. Beautiful people are meant to be hit. Terrifying energy exploded and swarmed out. Edward's expression changed. He was thrown out like a cannonball by the huge force. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from within his body. He seemed to have broken a few of his bones. Splurt! A mouthful of blood spilled out of his mouth. Edward was in disbelief. He didn't expect Wang Ting's punch to be so powerful. Despite specializing in fist skills, he got defeated by Wang Ting's punch. His strongest fist skill was like a joke in front of that incomprehensible monster. His fist skill couldn't withstand one round against Wang Ting's ordinary-looking punch. In that instant, Edward had an illusion. He felt that he was a 3-year-old child waving his punches in front of an adult. Childish. Funny. Weak. Edward had received a huge blow to his confidence. He lost control of his emotions. Edward? Yarrow and the others shouted. If you have time to worry about others, why don't you worry about yourself first? Wang Ting's calm voice resounded in the sky. He disappeared again. The expressions on the Holy Knights changed. But as Holy Knights, they had strong battle awareness, so they reacted immediately. Yarrow was the Holy Knight of the Capricorn Palace. He was stronger than Edward, and his battle skills were powerful too. He held his battle sword and slashed it horizontally in the air. Boom! A golden light cut through the sky, flying towards the empty right side at terrifying speed. As the sword glow flew over, a loud explosion was heard. Wang Ting appeared and punched his fist out, meeting the sword glow head-on. Yarrow was flabbergasted. He could feel his sword aura breaking down. Wang Ting was as powerful as ever. On the other side, Blofeld had also acted. Multiple gorgeous blood-red petals appeared out of nowhere. They floated in the air, covering the area around Wang Ting. Blood-red roses. Even when Blofeld attacked, his actions were beautiful. As the rose petals swam in the air, Blofeld raised his finger and tapped lightly. Force flowed out of his body. The petals suddenly encircled Wang Ting and spun around him. They seemed to have turned into a sea of petals. There was a terrifying whirlpool hidden in this sea. The petals turned into a whirlpool and spun violently. No one could see their shapes anymore. They had turned into a red sea, dazzling and dangerous. Poison force! Wang Ting's eyes shimmered as he stood in the middle of the petals whirlpool. Besides Demia, there was another member who possessed the rare poison force among the Holy Knights. Furthermore, this person was the extremely beautiful Blofeld. This was unexpected. Blofeld even had such a powerful poison battle technique. Mind you, Wang Ting only had 1 poison force scripture currently and 0 battle technique. However, Demia and Blofeld were different. They had the backing of a strong legacy. The tip of Mount Saint's strong foundation was put on display once again. These thoughts flashed past Wang Ting's mind. He looked at the enormous blood-red whirlpool and squinted. These petals formed from poison force were obviously poisonous. If he touched them, the consequences would be ghastly. Still, he wasn't concerned. He had the demon lotus poison body, so ordinary poison wouldn't affect him. Instead, it would just become nourishment for his physique. Go! Blofeld shouted. The blood-red petal whirlpool spun in the sky and headed towards Wang Ting. Boom! Wang Ting's reaction was direct. He released his fist. Strength of Ultima. The blood-red whirlpool paused for a moment in midair. Then, it got pushed into the sky by a large force and broke down into red droplets, which rained down on the ground. Splurt! Blofeld was astounded. He felt a frightening power coming for him. His face turned pale and he vomited blood. Blofeld, move! Yarrow regained his senses. He rushed over quickly and shouted. He waved his battle sword, and sharp sword glows were formed. They slashed towards Wang Ting like bolts of lightning. Wang Ting swung his fist containing the strength of Ultima. A terrifying fist power destroyed the sharp sword glows instantly. If something couldn't be solved with one punch, hurl another punch. Boom, boom, boom. Yarrow's sword glows couldn't last long under Wang Ting's frightening punches. They disappeared without a trace. Wang Ting moved closer and smashed his brick down under his opponent's bewildered gaze. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds were heard once again. Swoosh. At this moment, an extremely faint sound of the air compressing came from afar. Wang Ting's head turned numb. He felt a strong sense of danger on his back. There was even a slight pain at the spot where his heart was. He moved his thoughts and released his spiritual power. The shooting star spiral turned into a ray of sharp light. It darted towards the dazzling arrow that was flying towards his back at a high speed. Boom! The two objects collided in midair. The arrow was spinning. Wang Ting controlled his shooting star spiral so that it spun too. The tip of these two sharp weapons rubbed against each other continuously, igniting sparks. They were at a standstill. At the same time, Wang Ting continued to swing his brick and brutally knocked Yarrow unconscious. Then, he turned and looked into the distance. In the sky some distance away, a figure was holding a large bow. It was aimed at Wang Ting. There were no arrows on the bow, but force was congregating on it, gradually forming an arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The person released his grip, and the arrow shot out. It turned into a shooting star, zooming straight at Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Spiritual power flowed out from his forehead without stopping. He controlled the shooting star spiral and raised its speed to the maximum. It intercepted the force arrow. Cling clang. When the shooting star spiral collided with the arrow, ear-piercing metallic sounds were heard. After neutralizing the arrow's threat, Wang Ting continued to fly towards Blofeld. He raised his fist, forcing the other party to retreat continuously. "I can't bear to hit his face," Wang Ting muttered to himself as he attacked. Blofeld was speechless and frustrated. This person didn't care about his feelings at all. What did he mean by he couldn't bear to hit his face? Should he thank him for showing mercy or be glad that he was good-looking? While his mind was wandering off, the brick in Wang Ting's hand slammed down without any hesitation. Blofeld was flabbergasted. "Didn't you say that you couldn't bear to hit me? Why are you doing it? You have no shame." "No." He struggled and stepped back. He didn't want his face to be ruined. Beautiful people are meant to be hit. Wang Ting stepped forward and hammered the brick down. Bang bang bang. In the end, Blofeld was bruised and swollen from the hitting. His beautiful face had lost its radiance. Deflated, he fell to the ground. "You're the last one." Wang Ting turned around. He strode towards the last holy knight from the Sagittarius Palace. Chapter 641. No matter how many attacks you have, I will destroy them with a punch. Boom. Blofeld slammed onto the ground loudly. Wang Ting floated in the air and walked towards the holy knight of the Sagittarius Palace. A huge presence swarmed towards the holy knight like the water flooding from a broken dam. The expression of the holy knight of the Sagittarius Palace, Fleta, turned grim. All of them had underestimated this young man from country Xia. What was the result? Out of the 7 holy knights that came, 1 was dead, 5 were injured, and he was the only one left to face this brutal reality. Wait, there were still Froze and Olive. They had to face this martial warrior too. Fleta found some consolation amid all the despair he felt. He looked in their direction. Suddenly, he froze in shock. They were running away. Running away, damn it. They were putting their lives on the line by fighting with this young man, but these 2 bastards were running away. How could anyone be so shameless? Olive and Froze wanted to sneak away when Wang Ting and Fleta were fighting, but they were discovered by their own companion. The scene turned a little awkward. "Fleta, bear with it. We're going to call reinforcements," Olive shouted. His speed increased exponentially as he ran towards the holy temple on the top of the mountain. Froze remained quiet. He felt thoroughly embarrassed, so he just ran away while staring at the ground. He wanted to get away from Wang Ting. He couldn't offend that brick. Fleta's face turned black. He cursed angrily in his heart. Wang Ting's expression was strange. His eyes shimmered, and poison force seeped out along with his spiritual power. They flew towards the space in front. The next instant, an invisible web appeared ahead of Olive and Froze. These 2 people were heaving a sigh of relief when they realized Wang Ting wasn't chasing them. But the next moment, they knocked into the giant web. "What is this?" They were astounded. They swung their weapons and wanted to break the obstacle in front. "Catch!" Wang Ting smirked. He controlled the poison web with his spiritual kinesis and tied the two of them inside. Then, it was the same old trick again. The emerald-glazed flame started burning on the poison web. The scorching heat made it impossible for anyone to get closer. The flames were burning the poison force and creating extremely poisonous gas. It floated towards the two people. Olive and Froze's force started sizzling when it came into contact with the gas. Their weapons were starting to corrode too. The duo was shocked. They were forced to retreat because of the emerald-glazed flame and the poison gas. Poison force. You're a poison element martial warrior. Olive shouted in disbelief. 5 basic elements, then lightning force, and now, poison force too. How many elements did this monster possess? Froze found it unbelievable too. How could someone possess so many elements? This didn't make sense. Have fun inside. I'll take care of you later. Wang Ting sneered. Then, he ignored them and turned to face Fleta. Fleta's expression was as solemn as it could be. After seeing the ability Wang Ting had displayed so far, he felt his head churning. For someone to have such talents, he must be a monster. However, he was much stronger than Edward and the others. Among the 12 holy knights, he was one of the strongest. Hence, he wasn't afraid of fighting with Wang Ting. Your talent is amazing. The Holy Temple has made the wrong decision by choosing to be your enemy. Fleta took a deep breath and said, Do you concede defeat? Wang Ting asked with a strange expression. No. Fleta shook his head. Since we have reached this stage, both of us, you and the Holy Temple, will need an answer. We can only fight. Let's start then. Wang Ting remained expressionless and replied calmly. Fight! Fight! The two of them bellowed in unplanned unison. Boom! A powerful aura exploded from their bodies and soared into the sky. When their auras collided in midair, an explosion as loud as thunder was set off. Within a blink of an eye, Wang Ting and Fleta had disappeared from their spots. They transformed into 2 rays of light, one green and one golden, and smashed against each other violently. Fleta held a golden bow in his hand. Although it was intended for long-range attacks, it could be used in close combat too. The bowstring on it was extremely sharp and created golden blade glows in the air. It slashed through space and went straight for Wang Ting. Mok appeared in Wang Ting's hand. He slashed it down and blocked the bow. Clang! The bow seemed to have been made from a special material. It wasn't damaged after it got chopped by Mok and continued to give off its sharp gold glow. Mok was half as tall as Wang Ting. He held it tightly and chopped it down, giving rise to a powerful force. He then clenched his left fist and hurled it out. Boom! Terrifying energy spurted out from his fist. Fleta's expression changed slightly. He flew back to evade Wang Ting's fist force. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. He reappeared some distance away and pulled his bow until it became a half circle. After a golden arrow formed on the longbow, he loosed it. Swoosh! Even though the sound wasn't loud, it still gave off a faint and shrill cry as it broke the sound barrier and cut straight through the air. The arrow was engulfed in golden light. It was exceptionally terrifying. The sharp aura hidden in this arrow seemed to be able to cut the very fabric of space. Wang Ting's eyes glinted as he gathered his golden blade conscious around Quebec. The light on the blade was glaring. He slashed it horizontally in the sky. His attack was also sent out. Boom! The blade glow shot through space and crashed into the golden arrow. The sharp conscious corroded each other. Both sides were unwilling to back down. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the point of impact erupted, and a strong gale swept through the surroundings. Lightning sparked around Wang Ting. He dashed straight into the gale and charged towards Fleta. Swoosh! 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 Fleta wasn't slow either. He pulled his bow and sent 3 golden arrows at Wang Ting. The 3 golden arrows turned into a golden bird. It looked lifelike. Its eyes were sharp, and it spread its wings as it soared in the sky. A shrill screech came from the bird's mouth. Sound waves tossed and turned. Arrow conscious. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. The holy knight from the Sagittarius Palace was indeed outstanding. He could gather his arrow conscious anytime and anywhere. This exceeded the power of a normal attack. After firing the 3 arrows, Fletta's face had gotten pale. But he continued to stare at Wang Ting and the golden bird intently. Boom! Wang Ting stared at the bird as it came closer. Then, he moved. Ancient God's body. 5-element fist. Strength of Ultima. All his skills were activated simultaneously. It was the same ordinary-looking punch, but the skills hidden within were out of everyone's expectation. No matter how many attacks you have, I will destroy them with a punch. Fleta felt his heart beating like a drum. He had a bad feeling. He had seen that punch before. Edward was defeated by a similar, normal-looking punch. This was his second time seeing it, yet he couldn't see through its secret. Boom! Fist power exploded. There were no earth-shaking scenes or astonishing images. The punch landed calmly and simply on the golden bird's head. At that moment, everything seemed to have paused. It was as if time had stopped then. The golden bird started cracking, inch by inch. Its entire body shattered into multiple golden dots of light, as if it was struck by a powerful, overwhelming force. It flew back and soared past Fleta, the wind scattering the remaining dots of lights. Fleta stared at Wang Ting in bewilderment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 642. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Golden droplets sprinkled down the sky. Ferocious and invisible energy swept through the golden droplets and slammed right onto Fleta's body. Splurt! Fresh blood spurted out of Fleta's mouth. He was thrown backward from the impact. At the same time, clear cracking sounds came from his body. Boom! He flew back for more than 10 meters because of the violent force before crashing into the ground like a shooting star. The ground had to bear the rest of the force as a deep hole emerged on it. Splurt! Fleta vomited another mouthful of blood. Wang Ting straightened his arms slowly, which dangled beside his body. He looked down with a composed expression. Fleta's face was white as it had lost all its blood. He seemed dispirited and dejected. He couldn't accept this result. The attack that contained his most powerful conscious was destroyed by Wang Ting with a single punch. One punch. Just one punch. How is this possible? Fleta was in a daze. The result was too hard to accept. He was the holy knight of the Sagittarius Palace. He was famous for being the most powerful marksman, but his strongest shot was destroyed by one punch. This was a huge blow to his confidence. On the other side, Olive and Froze, who were in the poison web, were thunderstruck. They were at a loss for words after seeing the whole battle. Especially Olive. His expression was extremely ugly. At the moment, fear was dominant in his eyes. They lost. Even Fleta lost. None of the 7 holy knights was Wang Ting's match. He had defeated them together. How ironic was this? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. As if confirming his thoughts, Wang Ting said indifferently, "Holy knights are nothing more than this." There was disdain in his voice. You! Edward, Blofletum, and Fleta hadn't lost their consciousness yet. Hearing his sarcastic words, they felt blood gushing into their heads. Humiliation! What did he think the holy knights were? How dare he humiliate them so blatantly? Wang Ting ignored their anger. He stepped on the air and walked towards Olive and Froze. Olive's expression changed instantly. What do you want? His gaze changed and he stepped back continuously. Sizzle! In his panic, he accidentally touched the poison web. His skin got burned by the flame and was corroded by the poison. A sudden pang of indescribable pain invaded his whole body. Olive grunted in pain uncontrollably. You were so arrogant at the start. You were so high and mighty, as if you could control everything, and even called the holy knights over to catch me. What? Are you feeling scared now? Wang Ting snorted. Wang Ting, don't think that you can be impudent just because you defeated those holy knights. They are the weakest. The real formidable warriors haven't come out yet. The holy temple is not a place you can treat as your backyard. You will receive your punishment if you dare to create trouble here. Olive shouted angrily. Still acting tough? Wang Ting's expression turned cold. With a single step, he covered more than 10 meters, arriving directly in front of Olive. He looked at him mockingly. You are in my hands now. What should I do with you? I'm the sage of the holy temple. How dare you touch me? Olive was nervous. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Sage? What's that? Wang Ting snorted and took out his golden brick. Olive felt the corners of his eyes trembling when he saw this. He had seen some of the holy knights getting beaten into a pig's head. Would he follow in their footsteps? Wang Ting's nonchalant tone made him even more frustrated. He was the sage of the holy temple. He had a high status, higher than many others with only a few people above him. Yet Wang Ting was asking him what that was? How dare you look down on the holy temple? Olive was indignant. So much bullshit. Wang Ting shook his head. Olive was imprisoned by the poison web, so he had nowhere to hide. He could only watch Wang Ting smash his golden brick on his head. Wang Ting! Olive screamed in agony. He was slapped on his forehead, right in the middle. Bang, bang, bang! Wang Ting's hand moved as fast as lightning. He slammed his brick down brutally on the forehead without stopping. The dull thuds caused Froze's cheeks to twitch continuously. He was trembling with fear. Olive's head started swelling at a visible rate. He was bruised and swollen, looking tragic to the extreme. Wang Ting did have the guts to be ruthless. This fellow was so irritating. He acted all high and mighty at the start and treated him like a weakling that could be caught easily. He even wanted to kill him. Evil person. What right did he have to be a sage? TSK. Cries of pain escaped Olive's throat. His voice was bitter. Wang Ting, this is Mount Saint. The holy temple will not let you go. How brave. I respect you for being a real man. Wang Ting remained indifferent. He wasn't frightened by his threats and got even more brutal. He hammered his head again and again. I've been tolerating you for a long time. You keep acting all arrogant. Go on, continue your act. Bang, bang, bang. Continue your act. Why aren't you saying anything now? Bang, bang, bang. In just a few moments, Olive's head grew by one size. No traces of his refined and noble appearance could be found anymore. His eyes were only a tiny crack now. 2 lines of blood flowed down his nose, and his face was a mixture of green and red. He felt dizzy and muddled. His mind was in a whirl. However, Wang Ting still didn't think that this was enough. He grabbed Olive's arm and twisted it lightly, warping it into a braid. Crack! His arm bones broke with a crisp sound. Ah! Olive howled at the top of his lungs. Shuddered, he regained his consciousness. His mind was wide awake. His eyes were filled with fear. Devil! This fellow was a devil. How could he be so cruel? Froze had already shrunk into a corner. Even though his skin was being burned and corroded by the scorching poison web, he didn't dare to make a peep. He was afraid that Wang Ting would notice him. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Ting raised his brick and continued smashing Olive's head. Anger boiled on his face as he questioned the sage. How did I provoke you? Tell me, how did I provoke you? Why did you target me? How dare you try and catch me? Who gave you the right to do that? Why are you so arrogant? Why? Tell me. Wang Ting's shout stunned Olive. Others might think that he was the victim, but anyone with eyes could tell that he was the person who was bullied the worst. Olive's eyes were spinning. He started getting dizzy again. He couldn't hold on much longer. Wang Ting repeated his actions and twisted his other arm. Olive shuddered, waking up once again. Ah! Olive roared in pain. He felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Why couldn't he faint? Why? He never imagined that he would find fainting to be a fortunate thing for him one day. Being awake was too painful for the current him. Bang, bang, bang. Stop, stop hitting, Olive said weakly. He couldn't stand it anymore. There was only fear and regret left in his heart. He shouldn't have provoked this devil. Wang Ting wasn't human. He was too ruthless. At this moment, this sage from the holy temple finally experienced the evil of the world. Remaining conscious could be so painful. Chapter 643. After fighting the big one, the old one came. Stop hitting, Olive muttered weakly. His consciousness was slipping, and he couldn't hold on much longer. Wang Ting stopped abruptly when he heard Olive begging for mercy. The brick stopped an inch above his forehead. Aren't you very powerful? You can catch whoever you want to catch, right? Why are you admitting defeat now? This is all a misunderstanding. Olive cried in disgrace and sorrow. His voice was extremely weak. Is this really a misunderstanding? Wang Ting mocked. I killed 2 holy knights and injured 6 of them. Is that a misunderstanding too? Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Olive gritted his teeth and nodded. He didn't dare to object at all. He was afraid of receiving more hits on his head if he offended Wang Ting again. He had developed psychological trauma towards the brick, and it couldn't be erased easily. He felt fearful. You heard him. This is all a misunderstanding. Wang Ting smiled and looked at the holy knights lying on the ground. The holy knights held on to each other and crawled up from the ground with difficulty. They looked up at the sky. When they heard what Wang Ting said, their faces turned green and white. So, they were beaten for nothing? They felt so exasperated that they wanted to vomit blood. Especially when they felt the throbbing pain on their heads, they trembled in anger. This fellow was brutal. He beat them up so badly, yet he still dared to say that this was all a misunderstanding. What the hell did he mean? The holy knights wanted to curse. You could have said this earlier. Wang Ting patted Olive's shoulder in satisfaction. Then, he added in a meaningful tone, we can't be too arrogant. Keeping a low profile like me is the basic rule of survival. If not, you will get beaten to death easily. Yes, yes. Olive nodded with tears in his eyes. He was cursing in his heart, though. Low profile? Are you low profile? You dared to kill the holy knights of Mount Saint and even beat up a sage. Yet you said that you are low profile? Shameless. Despicable. Repulsive. But, he didn't dare to say these words out loud. At this moment, a sonic boom was heard from afar. Olive's eyes lit up. He looked in the direction of the peak. Someone had finally arrived. Wang Ting also turned in the direction of the sound. Multiple rays of light flew down from the peak and turned into a few figures with outstanding auras. These people were wearing the special clothes of the holy temple. You could recognize them at a single glance. Some of them were dressed similarly to Olive. They were also sages. All these people were surrounding a white-haired elder with a stern face. He seemed to be their leader. This person must have a special identity. Wang Ting sneered in his heart. After fighting the small figures, the big ones came. After fighting the big ones, the old one appeared. After reading the situation here, the expressions of the newcomers changed slightly. Goodness! They gasped in surprise. The holy knights looked miserable. Had it not been for their divine constellation armors, they would be unrecognizable. What inhumane torture did they undergo to end up like this? Demia! Yarrow! Edward! Blofeld, Fleda, Yafel. The people called their names with uncertainty. The holy knights felt extremely embarrassed. They wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves inside. They had no face to greet these people. The holy knights had never suffered such humiliation. The others noticed their expressions and confirmed their guesses. It was them. "How did y'all end up like this?" one of the people asked in disbelief. The holy knights felt a bundle of emotions, but they didn't know what to say. Were they supposed to tell them that they were beaten by the same person? How embarrassing would that be? The white-haired elder turned to look at the badly bruised and swollen Olive when he saw this scene. He opened his mouth and asked calmly, "Olive, you do the talking." "Great sage." Olive wanted to speak, but he didn't dare to say anything because Wang Ting was beside him. He could only look at the white-haired elder pitifully. "Speak!" The white-haired elder glanced at Wang Ting and shouted sternly. Wang Ting gave an ambiguous smile. "Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." Olive saw his reaction and felt even more fearful. "Since he's asking, just say it. Why are you making me look like a monster? Am I that kind of person?" Wang Ting said speechlessly. No reply. Olive, Edward, and the holy knights wanted to reply to him with a yes. This brat was shameless. Didn't he know what kind of person he was? The white-haired elder glanced at Wang Ting again after seeing everyone's reaction. His gaze turned cold. "I didn't ask you to speak. Old man, my mouth is on my face. Why do you care if I speak? Who do you think you are? A god?" Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. "How dare you? How dare you talk to the great sage like this?" Before the elder opened his mouth, the people around him shouted at him angrily. Their expressions changed. "Humph!" Wang Ting snorted at them with a look of disdain. "Young man, show some respect in your speech. Didn't the adults teach you to respect your elders?" A sinister look appeared in the elder's eyes. "My grandfather told me that I don't have to show respect to old people who take advantage of their seniority. Our leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders also said that if an elder is shameless enough to attack a junior, they don't mind doing some exercises." Wang Ting smiled and said. He wasn't making these claims out of nothing. Before he left the country, they did speak to him. He didn't tell them earlier because he was afraid of the other party. He just wanted to talk back to him. The white-haired elder's expression finally changed. He didn't know who Wang Ting's grandfather was, but he for sure knew who the leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders were. They were world-renowned figures. Even he had to bow to them when he saw them. This young man was speaking the truth. His words were worth contemplating. However, he kept talking about elders. He was obviously scolding him while pointing at the mulberry. He had never been humiliated by anyone because of his high status. Hence, he was furious. He looked as though a fly had flown into his mouth. "You killed my holy knights and even hit people on Mount Saint. Even if the leader of martial arts was here, we are in the right." The elder took a deep breath and continued, "I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the leader so that you know how to behave yourself. Take him down." He waved his hand and gave his order. Wang Ting sighed. Shaking his head, he said, "Why is there always someone who's opinionated, distorts the truth, and so shameless?" Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard him abusing the great sage. This fellow was asking for death. Hatred swarmed in Olive's heart. He was elated. The more arrogant Wang Ting was, the more the great sage wouldn't let him go. Once he was caught, he would definitely take revenge. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 644. Goddess. The martial warriors that arrived with the white-haired elder got moving. They scattered and surrounded Wang Ting in the center. Edward and the others looked at the sky. They were curious. After all the fights in the past, how much energy did Wang Ting have remaining? Could he stop these people? Wang Ting glanced around him, his gaze chilly and icy. His patience was gone. Since these people were being unreasonable, he didn't mind creating a bigger scene. He would let them know what regret tasted like. If he didn't reply, they might think that he was easy to bully. The atmosphere was tense. The daggers were drawn and a huge battle was imminent. Stop! Right then, a shout came from afar. It was accompanied by a sonic boom, and multiple figures flew over from the peak at a frightening speed. They landed in front of everyone. Great Sage Farah! Your Highness! Olive, Edward, and the other holy knights were surprised when they saw the people who came. One of the newcomers was dressed like the white-haired elder. He also had white hair and his face was covered with wrinkles. He gave off a domineering vibe that could only appear on someone who had been in a high position for a long time. There were multiple martial warriors beside him too. These people were dressed like Olive. They were all sages. However, what was different was, they were surrounding a young lady who was wearing a light black shawl over her face. This young lady's aura was exceptional. It was holy and majestic. With her eyes as deep as the universe, she looked at everyone. The martial warriors from the holy temple bent their backs to show their respect. It's her. Wang Ting was surprised when he saw the young lady. This was the young lady he met in the museum that night. Wang Ting guessed that her identity wasn't simple, but he didn't expect her to be the goddess of Mount Saint. This change of identity was quite big. The holy knights half kneeled on the ground and bowed respectfully. Your Highness. Edward, how did you end up like this? Great Sage Farah asked with a strange gaze. The holy knights felt frustrated. It was like sprinkling salt on their wounds. Why did everyone have to ask the same question when they saw them? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. What a stab in his heart. Great Sage Farah glanced at Wang Ting involuntarily. He could guess what had happened. He shook his head and stopped probing. What's with that look? Wang Ting felt speechless. They had brought trouble to themselves. They deserved it. He wasn't to be blamed. Get up, Ale, who was wearing a black shawl, said gently. Her lovely voice resounded in the mountain. At the same time, she waved her hand. Droplets of light rained down. When these droplets of light landed on the holy knights, the bruises on their faces started recovering at an astonishing speed. Even the lighter wounds were healing. Edward and the others touched their faces and noticed that they had recovered from the bruises. They were grateful. They bowed toward Ale again and said, Thank you, Your Highness. What is this? Wang Ting was shocked. They recovered. The wounds on the holy knights had healed. Even high-quality spiritual Dan wouldn't have such a fast recovery effect. Although the more serious injuries on their bodies didn't heal completely, this ability was already amazing. What were those droplets of light? Wang Ting could feel a different aura from those droplets. They were warm, bright, and profound. At this moment, he saw 2 attribute bubbles dropping from Ale. Get it? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He hurriedly picked the bubbles up. Light Force *15 Light Force *10 As the 2 attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Ting felt the addition of an extremely small force in his body. The feeling this force gave him was the same as the one he felt on Ale. Light Force. Wang Ting was stunned. Then, happiness kicked in. This was a brand new force attribute. This force had never appeared before. Yet, it appeared on the goddess of Mount Saint, Ale. Was this what made her different? While Wang Ting was immersed in joy and contemplation, Great Sage Farah suddenly spoke to the white-haired elder. Great Sage Kipling, why aren't you bowing in the presence of Her Highness? The white-haired elder's gaze flickered. He didn't refute and bowed instantly. Your Highness. Please rise, Great Sage Kipling. Alace's voice remained emotionless. Thank you, Your Highness, Great Sage Kipling said. Great Sage Kipling, why did y'all create such a huge scene? Great Sage Farah questioned. Great Sage Kipling looked at him but spoke to Ale. Your Highness, this impudent martial warrior from country Xia wreaked havoc in our Mount Saint and has tainted our reputation. I wanted to catch him first before bringing him to you. He's my guest, Ale said. What? He's your guest? Kipling looked as if he had just learned of this information. He pretended to be shocked and said, but he killed Margus and Carl. How can someone as evil as him be your guest? Wang Ting turned and glanced at him. What a wicked old man. He was speaking ill of him right in front of his eyes. What did he mean he was the evil one? The previous person who said this, Yafel, had already turned into a pig's head. Did this old fellow want to experience a similar thing? I've already said that he's my guest, Ale emphasized her words. Your Highness, as the goddess of Mount Saint, you represent Mount Saint's glory and reputation. Are you going to pardon this criminal? Kipling showed no signs of backing down. He opposed Ale directly in a calm tone. With such a huge claim on her, Ale frowned. Great Sage Kipling, from what I know, this young man from country Xia didn't initiate the fight, Great Sage Farah said. But he killed 2 holy knights. This is an undeniable truth. Kipling kept a straight face and remained focused on this issue. Mr. Wang Ting is the goddess friend. The holy knights below should not have fought with him, whether it was their own intention or under someone's direction. If we lock him up, the reputation of Mount Saint will be destroyed. At that time you will be the sinner, Great Sage Farah said indifferently. Sinner? If I allow him to leave and disregard the humiliation we have received, I will be the true sinner, Great Sage Kipling replied. Bring Arudis over. We need to know who is right and who is wrong. If someone created this mess because of his selfish desire, the holy temple will not show mercy. Great Sage Farah had noticed that the other party didn't want to let things go easily, so he changed his strategy. Chapter 645. Giving false accounts. When Great Sage Farah suggested a confrontation with Arudis, Great Sage Kipling's eyes lit up. He smiled and replied, I have no objections. Very good. Great Sage Farah looked at him intently before speaking to a person beside him. Bring Arudis here. Yes. The person received the order and left. After some time, Arudis came. At the same time, the other holy knights who hadn't appeared yet also came to the scene upon learning that the goddess was here. Your Highness! The holy knights kneeled on one knee and bowed in respect. Suang Sharja, you're here. Please rise. This time, there was a hint of intimacy in Alace's voice. A smile appeared at the edge of Great Sage Farah's lips too. He nodded at them. The holy knights stood up and stood around Ale, protecting her in the center. They took a few steps back and appeared extremely respectful. Great Sage Kipling's gaze turned sinister when he saw this scene. The holy knights that just arrived looked at Edward and the remaining holy knight. Their gaze shimmered, and a mocking smile appeared at the edge of their lips. Edward and the remaining holy knights had received treatment from Ale, so their injuries were mostly healed. However, the internal injuries were still present. They looked weak and miserable. When they saw Suang and the others, they felt embarrassed. Wang Ting's interest was piqued when he saw Kipling and Alace's different teams. It looked like Mount Saint was not one big and close family. Arudis, tell me, why did you fight with the goddess guest? Great Sage Farah looked at the holy knight of the Taurus Palace and asked. Great Sage Farah, I just wanted to have a duel with him, Arudis said bitterly. He never expected his actions to cause this entire series of events. Some holy knights even lost their lives. Arudis glanced at Wang Ting uncontrollably. He was filled with regret and astonishment. This fellow killed Margus and Carl, and even defeated Edward and the other holy knight. However, Where did he get the balls to create trouble on Mount Saint? Wasn't he afraid of the Holy Temple's punishment? Are you speaking the truth? Great Sage Farah frowned. He probed further. Did anyone instigate you to do this? Arudis was stunned. He shook his head and replied, No one instigated me. A strange smile appeared at the edge of Great Sage Kipling's lips. He didn't incite Arudis. This was all an accident. He just made use of it. It was impossible for them to find any evidence of his interference with Arudis. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Great Sage Farah exchanged glances with Ale. Then, he turned to Wang Ting and asked, Young friend, you're Wang Ting, right? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. He wanted to see how they would solve this issue. Can you answer my question? Great Sage Farah asked politely. Yes. Why did you kill Margus? He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Wang Ting's tone was indifferent. Oh, Margus wanted to kill you? Of course. Why would I kill him for no reason? Am I a serial killer? Wang Ting replied angrily. What a joke. Margus had no grudges against you. Why would he want to kill you? Great Sage Kipling turned to look at Farah. You heard him. He killed Margus and showed no respect for his status. Are you still going to help him? Great Sage Farah frowned. This matter was a little tricky. Why don't you ask Froze? He knows clearly whether Margus wanted to kill me or not, Wang Ting smiled and said. He wasn't afraid of creating a scene. Despite being the main lead of this issue, he appeared nonchalant and indifferent. He didn't seem worried about his situation and was extremely calm. Froze, what do you know? Great Sage Farah's eyes lit up. He looked at Froze immediately. Froze wanted to remain invisible, but Wang Ting had called him out. He felt helpless. He looked at Kipling and then at Farah and Ale. He didn't dare to provoke any of them. Under Kipling and Farah's stares, he felt pressured. Cold sweat started to appear on his forehead. Froze, speak without any worry. I'll ensure your safety. Great Sage Kipling glanced at him and said. Froze gritted his teeth. After Wang Ting defeated Arudis and Karl, he went to the Cancer Palace. Margus stopped him, and in turn, Wang Ting destroyed his death space. That was why he wanted to kill Wang Ting. I knew that this matter was going out of hand, so I hurriedly went back to the Holy Temple to seek reinforcements. Sage Olive came with me and saw Wang Ting killing Margus. He destroyed the legacy of the Cancer Palace. Everyone was astounded. They all had heard of the Cancer Palace's death space. Some of them had even experienced it before. It was extremely hard to deal with. Also, this was a legacy that had been passed down for many years. It was a space of its own and extremely precious. No wonder Margus wanted to kill Wang Ting when he destroyed it. He wanted to capture me using the death space, but his skills were inferior and I destroyed it. You can't blame me for that, Wang Ting said innocently. Everyone was speechless. What do you mean by it's not your fault? If we don't blame you, who do we blame? Also, why are you acting so innocent? You destroyed Margus' death space and killed him. He's the innocent one. Honestly, if y'all hadn't stopped me, everything would have been fine. Everyone would have been at peace, Wang Ting said. Let's not talk about Margus. You killed Karl. How do you explain that? Kipling said. That's not my fault either. You have him to blame for that. Wang Ting pointed at Olive. Me? Olive's heart skipped a beat. He felt a little guilty and shouted, Your Highness, Great Sage Kipling, this young man is slandering me. I saw him killing someone, so I wanted to catch him and bring him to the Holy Temple. He didn't agree and even killed Karl in his resistance. You can't believe his words. He's an evil man. Me? An evil man? Wang Ting sniggered. You didn't say that you were going to bring me to the Holy Temple. You used the Holy Temple to threaten me and wanted to punish me directly without finding out the truth. Are you saying that I can't resist and wash my neck for you? Aleph, is he telling the truth? Great sage Farah glared at him and asked with a stern expression. I'm innocent. Am the sage of the holy temple, and have always been fair and just. I'd never do such a tyrannous act, Aleph shouted pitifully. Froze, Edward, and the others went speechless. They were shocked by Aleph's shamelessness. Chapter 646. No way of backing down. I believe in Aleph's character. Kipling opened his mouth and said. He was speaking up for Aleph. Edward and the others were stunned before realizing the situation. If someone asked them what happened, they knew what to say. As expected, Farah questioned them next. Their reply was no different from Aleph. Wang Ting glanced at them and snorted. Aleph was delighted. He looked at Wang Ting proudly. I have the backing. What can you do? Wang Ting was speechless when he saw this despicable man feeling superior. Old man, are you blind? He has good character? Kipling and Aleph's face turned black. How dare you humiliate the great sage? Once Aleph had someone supporting him, he became arrogant again. He shouted at Wang Ting, Is your head getting itchy again? Wang Ting squinted. A dangerous glow appeared in his eyes. Aleph immediately felt his head hurting again. He took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Kipling was disappointed. He had expected better from him. Coward. He's just a martial warrior from country Xia. What's there to be afraid of? Farah, are you still going to cover up for him? Kipling looked at Farah and Ale and continued calmly. Your Highness, this young man has killed 2 of Mount Saint's holy knights and caused great damage to the Cancer Palace. If we don't punish him, the members of the Holy Temple will be disheartened. As the guardian and protector of the Holy Temple, shouldn't your Highness seek justice for us? His tone was calm, but his aura was overbearing and aggressive. He was forcing the goddess. He threw out a righteous cause and forced Ale to punish Wang Ting, putting her in a difficult position. Both parties have their own version of things. We can't be certain of what happened. Great Sage Kipling, why are you putting so much pressure on Her Highness? Great Sage Farah's expression turned grim. He stared intently at Kipling. If we wrongly accuse Wang Ting, our relationship with country Xia will be strained. Will you bear the consequences? In that case, Kipling shouted with a strong sense of righteousness, TM willing to bear the consequences for Mount Saint's sake. His voice was loud, spreading out far and wide. All the martial warriors on Mount Saint heard him. Wang Ting had caused a huge commotion when he wreaked havoc in Mount Saint. Many people already knew what happened here and were waiting to see how the drama would play out. Many people felt respect towards Kipling upon seeing him stepping up. Some of them, who couldn't see beyond the surface, developed resentment against their goddess. Farah's expression changed and he glanced at Ale. At this point, he didn't have a better idea of what to do. Kipling took the risk and was willing to bear all the consequences to punish Wang Ting. His decision was resolute. He was doing this to earn a reputation. If the goddess sided with Wang Ting, the other members of the Holy Temple would be bitterly disappointed the same knife could cut the bread and fingers. This sentence was applicable in this situation. If the goddess lost the trust of the people on Mount Saint, she wouldn't be the goddess anymore. Ale frowned. She was in a dilemma and couldn't make her decision. Kipling's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, Take down this martial warrior from country Xia. Who dares? An angry shout came from afar. Many figures were flying over at high speed. This time, they came from the small town below. A few moments later, the people arrived at the scene. Dan Taixien was among them. Not only that, Darwan and Valeria from Country Boar were present too. They landed behind Wang Ting and faced Kipling and his men. Darwan laughed and opened his mouth. How lively! Kipling frowned. Looking at Wang Ting's new supporters, frustration crept up his heart. Are you all right? Dan Taixien sized up Wang Ting and asked. TM fine. They're the ones who are not all right. Wang Ting shook his head calmly. Dan Taixien and the others turned to look at Edward and the Holy Knights. Bewilderment appeared in their eyes. Holy Knights! Did you beat them up? Did you kill someone? Zhu Yushao whispered. Wang Ting glanced at his companions. He felt grateful. They were willing to come even at a time like this. This required much courage. This is justifiable self-defense, he replied. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. No reply. Dan Taixien, Zhu Yushao, and the others felt speechless when they heard this. You killed someone and label it as justifiable self-defense. Did you mean excessive self-defense? This fellow created trouble wherever he went. What on earth happened here? Dan Taixien asked through voice transmission. Wang Ting didn't hide the truth, recounting what happened using voice transmission. Dan Taixien was at a loss for words. She knew that she couldn't blame Wang Ting, but his specialization in creating trouble made her furious. She felt that troubles were attracted to Wang Ting. If he didn't create a scene, he couldn't answer to his amazing talent. "T'll find you again when we're back." Dan Taixien glared at him furiously. Then, she turned to Kipling and said in a cold voice, "Who wanted to catch our martial warrior? Why can't I catch a murderer on Mount Saint?" Kipling mocked. "Have heard what happened. It's not our fault," Dan Taixien replied calmly. "Does your word count? The bodies of the 2 holy knights are still warm." "You must give us an answer," Kipling replied angrily. "What a joke. You were the ones who invited Wang Ting up the mountain, but you stopped him intentionally too. You even wanted to kill him. However, your skills were too weak, so your men got killed by him. Now, you're asking us for an answer? TM already being very polite by not seeking an answer from you." Dan Taixien activated her sharp tongue skill and refuted without any mercy. The holy knights' faces turned black. They were too weak? This was the first time someone said that, but they couldn't refute it either. This was exasperating. "This is all your fault. You invited him and yet hurt him. In the future, who will dare to accept your invitation again?" Darwan sniggered. "This reminds me of a Chinese story." "Oh right, the Hongmen banquet." Kipling almost vomited blood. He had tried so hard to convict Wang Ting, but once these people came, they overturned his verdict and regarded this major accident as a minor one. He felt frustrated and furious when they talked about it so casually. Especially when Country Boar interfered too. Offending Country Xiao was already a tough decision for him. He couldn't promise that he could bear the consequences if Country Boar was also added to the mix. To put it lightly, this was a fight for pride between the martial warriors. But on a larger scale, this was diplomacy. If the higher authorities in Country Xiao wanted to support Wang Ting, this matter would be huge. However, he had already spoken. How could he take his words back in front of all the martial warriors on Mount Saint? For a moment, Great Sage Kipling found no way of backing down. His expression became hideous. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 647. Kipling's Confidence. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations, on the other hand, Farah felt refreshed. Kipling had a strong influence in the Holy Temple and always opposed the goddess and him. It was rare to see him suffer. The sudden arrival of Wang Ting had caused ripples in this seemingly calm pool. Kipling wanted to fish in troubled waters, but he pulled up an ugly and hard rock instead and smashed his own feet. He burned his own fingers. Farah didn't believe that with the pressure from Country Boar and Country Xia, Kipling was still willing to take this risk and offend these 2 big countries. They weren't afraid of Dan Taixien or Darwan. They were afraid of the countries behind them. "Your Highness, are you going to permit their actions?" Kipling was furious. Ash tried to direct the blame to Ale. Your Highness. Dan Taishien and the others looked at Ale in surprise. This was their first time seeing the goddess of Mount Saint. They were extremely curious, but the black shawl covered Ale's face, so they couldn't see the appearance of the noblest being on Mount Saint. However, her eyes left a deep impression on their hearts. They seemed like the universe itself, endless and profound, leaving them amazed. Great sage Kipling, I've already said that Wang Ting is my guest. We were rude to him first, so we can't blame him, Ale replied calmly. Dan Taishien and the others were shocked. They gave Wang Ting a strange gaze. The goddess was still siding with him even after what he had done. Was there something going on between them? Wait. They suddenly recalled something. On the night they arrived, Wang Ting said that he met a golden-haired beauty. Golden-haired. Dan Taishien and the others looked at Ale's hair color and linked them up. Was this a coincidence? Or was that lady he met the goddess? Wang Ting's teammates could sense juicy gossip. Their gaze turned weirder, and they kept shifting their eyes between Wang Ting and Ale. Ale sensed their gazes too. She frowned slightly and felt puzzled in her heart. Their gazes are so strange. What are they thinking? Wang Ting wasn't as naive as Ale, so he immediately knew what they were thinking when he saw their looks. He felt speechless. Are they bored? What on earth are they thinking? Is this the time for gossip? Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and stopped their thoughts from going wild. But Your Highness, he killed 2 of our holy knights. Kipling emphasized once again. He didn't want to give up. TM saddened by Margus and Karl's death, but since they made a mistake, they must bear the consequences, Ale said. Kipling's face turned green. You don't feel the pain because they're not under you, right? He felt hatred. The expression on his face kept changing, and he seemed to be struggling. Finally, the hesitation on his face disappeared. Lowering his head slightly, a peal of low laughter came from his mouth. Everyone frowned uncontrollably. Why is this old man laughing? It's so scary, Zhu Yuxiao whispered. Who knows? Maybe he went crazy because he couldn't stand the stimulation, Wang Ting replied. You're so sharp-tongued. He offended you, so you wish that he would just go crazy, Zhu Yuxiao said speechlessly. What does it have to do with me? He's the one laughing like a maniac. Shut up! At this moment, Kipling shouted at them angrily. He slowly raised his head. His eyes had become sinister, turning evil and pitch-black. He looked at Wang Ting eerily. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He activated his spiritual sight and saw a thick dark force awakening in Kipling's body. Be careful. There's something strange about Kipling. He turned serious and immediately used voice transmission to warn Dantaishuan, Darwan, and the others. At this moment, Ale and the others also noticed something amiss with Kipling. They stared at him. Great sage Kipling, you. Ale also sensed something. Her expression changed slightly. As expected of the goddess who carries the legacy of Mount Saint. Have you seen through it? Kipling sniggered. You accepted the invasion of the dark. Ale said grimly. What? Great sage Farah looked at his opponent in disbelief. You forced me. Kipling kept his smile and stared at Ale and Farah without any expressions. His voice was icy. I came to Mount Saint when I was 10 years old, and have spent countless years here. I exhausted my energy for Mount Visit Riedel, me for extra chapters, Saint, and served the gods assiduously. I gave my entire life to the Holy Temple, but what did I get in the end? Nothing. The martial arts era arrived and the Holy Temple's leader became the goddess. Generations of goddess stepped on the holy stage, assuming a higher position than me. Why? Why are you the ones who possess this stupid holy physique? What a joke! Besides having the holy physique, you're a good-for-nothing. You don't know how to govern the holy temple or develop and expand it. You're just a puppet. Kipling's voice was monotonous. It spread out gradually. There wasn't much emotion in his voice, as if he was just narrating an ordinary matter. Yet everyone else's expression still changed tremendously. This was blasphemy. Kipling said that the goddess was a good-for-nothing and called her a puppet. This was treason. Kipling, you're crazy. Do you know what you're saying? Farah yelled. "Tm not crazy. Mediocre people like you only know how to bow down to the goddess. You won't understand my great ambition." Kipling sneered. "You're indeed crazy. You accepted the invasion of the dark force. Your consciousness is already tainted. You're not you anymore," Farah said grimly. "Someone like you will never understand me." Kipling didn't take his words to heart. He shook his head and remained contemptuous. Suddenly, he opened his arms as if he was hugging the sky. Boom! The next instant, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body, sweeping through the surroundings. "Tm me. No one can change that." The confident words spurted out of his mouth. The wind howled about the Cancer Palace, blowing against Kipling's white hair and gown. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Kipling's white hair was turning black at a frightening speed. The wrinkles on his face were also disappearing, and his skin gradually turned smooth. His muddy eyes glinted with a sinister black light. It was sharp and bright. He was turning younger. Everyone stared at this scene in disbelief. Within a few seconds, Kipling transformed from a white-haired old man into a 30-years-old middle-aged man. He even seemed a little handsome. His aura was exceptional. With his pitch-black and intense gaze, he would be lethally attractive to some rich young ladies. Everyone was at a loss for words. "Oh my God, are you planning to be a gigolo?" A bewildered voice broke the solemn atmosphere. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 648. Overthrow. Everyone. Kipling. He attracted everyone's attention with his words. It was, "Wang Ting, why are you looking at me like that? Don't you think that this old man has the potential to be a gigolo?" Wang Ting asked. Kipling was in high spirits, feeling that he had risen to another level. However, right now, he felt his anger rising at an uncontrollable speed. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but lose his composure. He wanted to kill Wang Ting. Everyone looked at Wang Ting strangely. This young man was full of surprises. To think that he was able to say this under such a tense atmosphere. When no one replied to him, Wang Ting answered himself. "I wonder if your body became younger too. If your stamina is bad, being a gigolo will exhaust you. Rich ladies have a special taste. They know what they are doing. They can play for 3 days and 3 nights." Kipling's taste turned black. "What do you mean by rich ladies? What do you mean by play for 3 days and 3 nights? What kind of phrases are these?" Everyone was speechless. They were filled with respect for Wang Ting. He managed to change the entire vibe of the situation all alone. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Great Sage Farah similarly had a strange expression on his face. There was compassion in his gaze as he looked at Kipling. For some reason, he felt bad for him. This Wang Ting's tongue was a little too sharp. Kipling was unlucky to have offended him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Enough. Kipling felt angrier when he sensed everyone's attention on him. His voice was stern. "Such stubbornness even when you're about to die. Even if you're an outstanding talent, even if you're the genius of country Xia, you must die here today." He stared at Wang Ting maliciously as if he was looking at a dead person. "What an arrogant tone." Wang Ting chuckled. "Great Sage Kipling, you still have a chance to stop. In view of all your contributions to Mount Saint over the past decades, I will only lock you up in the holy temple and allow you to repent. I will not take your life, Allah said. Lock me up in the holy temple to repent? Ah! Kipling burst out laughing as if he had heard a joke. He said in disdain, Your Highness, you're still so naive. But you gave me this chance because you're naive. Unfortunately, my plan was spoiled by this young man. If not, I wouldn't have acted in such a hurry today. You were planning for this thing for a long time. Great Sage Farah said grimly. Rather than passing the holy temple to mediocre people like y'all, why don't I take over it? I can bring the holy temple to the top of the world and make all the countries bow down to us, Kipling said. He didn't plan to waste any more time. He bellowed loudly, The ones that are willing to follow me, please step out. Boom, boom, boom. After he finished speaking, multiple dark forces exploded. They were all extremely strong. Some of these dark forces came from the holy knights who had attacked Wang Ting before. Their changes were extremely eerie. The dark force surged out of their bodies and intertwined around them, creating black patterns on their skin. Even the divine constellation armors on their bodies seemed to have been infected. They turned from gold to black. You Great Sage Farah and the other holy knights protecting Allah were shocked. They looked at them in disbelief. At the same time, numerous figures flew over from all directions. Within a short moment, countless figures had appeared on the ground. They stood on huge rocks or jumped on the 12 zodiac palaces. Some of them just stood in the air and blocked all paths of escape. Farah was flabbergasted and appalled. He didn't expect Kipling to be able to draw so many people over to his side. They were willing to follow him and chose treason. How was that possible? Wasn't they supposed to follow Her Highness? She was the representation of the god. She was a god walking on earth. Where did they get their guts from? Ha ha ha, do you see this? Kipling laughed. TM not the only one who thinks this wave. The holy temple needs someone ambitious leading it, not a bystander who lives on Mount Saint in seclusion. This isn't the right time to enter the world. Allah shook her head calmly. Even in this situation, her expression didn't change. Humph, stop being mysterious. When is the right time? Kipling snorted. Soon. All words and no action. Kipling shook his head. He didn't want to talk to her anymore. He ordered, Everyone, catch the goddess and kill the martial warriors from Country Bor and Country Sia. Any member of Mount Saint who decides to follow me will be spared. Yes, the martial warriors around him shouted in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Many figures shot into the sky. Force erupted as they flew down. Your Highness, please leave quickly. Sharjah, Suang, protect Her Highness. Great Sage Farah's expression turned grim. He blocked in front of Allah. Great Sage Farah, I can't stay behind everyone at a time like this. Allah pushed her protectors away and walked in front of Farah. She stared at Kipling. Your Highness, are you planning to fight with me? Kipling laughed. I will catch you personally, Allah said. Catch me? Do you have the ability to do that? Kipling scoffed. Allah didn't reply to him. Instead, a holy and divine aura rose from her body. At the same time, in the holy temple at the peak of the mountain, a golden ray shot out from the goddess status deep inside the temple and soared into the sky before connecting with Allah. Boom! The bright ray of light flew over from afar and merged into Allah's body. The power of her aura climbed continuously. She broke through the doors of the general stage and climbed from the 9-star soldier level to 10-star, 11-star. All the way to the 13-star high-tier general stage. The legacy of the Holy Temple. Kipling turned serious. He could sense a tinge of fear from Allah. Some distance away, Wang Ting and his companions also noticed the situation on that side. They were astounded. Mount Saint was indeed mysterious. They were able to push a person's stage forcefully from the 9-star soldier level to the 13-star high-tier general stage. This method was heaven-defying. Kill! The martial warriors from Mount Saint rushed to the front. Their shouts were deafening as they charged towards Wang Ting and his companions. Wang Ting exchanged glances with his teammates. The force in their bodies surged out, and they started fighting with the martial warriors of Mount Saint, each executing their battle technique. Wang Ting, look at what you did. You've turned a simple exchange event into an all-out battle, Dan Taishan shouted as she fought with the enemies. How is it my fault? Kipling already had an ambitious and cruel plan. I just happened to come at the wrong time. Wang Ting felt wronged. It wasn't his fault. Wang Ting, at this moment, a loud yell rang through the air. A few figures darted over. They were the Holy Knights. Their injuries had recovered completely, and their abilities rose by a huge level. They were extremely confident and wanted to take revenge on Wang Ting. Chapter 649. Let me fulfill your wishes. Multiple holy knights shot into the sky and charged towards Wang Ting. Dan Taixuan's expression changed slightly. Everyone knew how powerful the holy knights of Mount Saint were. Even Dan Taishan didn't dare to underestimate them. They were on their guards as they faced these formidable opponents, clutching their weapons tightly and preparing for a huge battle. Darwan, Valeria, and a few other martial warriors from Country Boar stood beside them. They took out their weapons with a serious expression. Haha, I've long heard of the power of the Holy Knights and their mysterious battle technique. However, I've never seen them. This is a good chance for me to experience it. Darwan laughed. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Dan Taishan said. No problem. If we hadn't followed you, we wouldn't have witnessed such a good show. Darwan replied with a smile. Wang Ting, after this match, you will have to treat me to a good meal. Valeria shouted at Wang Ting suddenly. No reply. Everyone was speechless. Why are you still thinking about food at a time like this? This Valeria was a fearless person too. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and replied, no problem. You can choose any food you want. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Boom. Talk about it after you escape from Mount Saint. The Holy Knights had arrived. They threw their forces violently at the people in front. Edward was wearing black armor with a devilish aura around him. The bright and handsome Edward from before was gone. He rushed towards Wang Ting, unwilling to accept his one-punch defeat. Lightning Lion Fist. A purple-black outline of a lion appeared above him. Edward's devilish aura was raging everywhere. A malicious glow appeared in his eyes as he looked down at Wang Ting. Roar. With an angry roar, the purple-black devil lion followed Edward's fist and leaped down. At the same time, a chill came from behind him. It covered the entire space, as if trying to freeze everything in its path. Even the air seemed to have turned into ice crystals. Snowflakes appeared and floated down the air. The snowflakes weren't white. They were pitch black. They had been stained with dark force and carried dark attributes on them. There seemed to be emotions hidden in the back snowflakes. Evil, chaotic, violent. Absolute zero. Another icy voice resounded. It was Yefel from the Aquarius Palace. She got beaten up badly by Wang Ting and felt extremely humiliated. Her hatred towards Wang Ting was on par with Edward's. She didn't hold back in her attack. As her voice landed, a pitch-black outline of a bottle appeared above her head. Dark force poured out of the bottle, forming a black lake of ice. It plummeted down at Wang Ting like a waterfall. Everything in the ice lake's path was frozen. The bone-chilling coldness caused the martial warriors to shudder. Die! Blofeld smiled. Poison and dark forces swarmed out of his body, merging together and soaring into the sky. Blood-red roses. Crimson flower petals floated down. There were black patterns covering the petals, making them strange and evil. Blofeld lifted his finger, and the petals started spinning at high speed. They formed a crimson-black whirlpool, eerie and frightening to the extreme. It was much more powerful than his earlier attack. The poison gas floating around it was enough to corrode the air. Hissing sounds were heard constantly. Blood moon thorns. The holy knight of the Scorpio Palace, Demia, executed his ultimate move too. Rays of crimson lights shot out, cutting through the air at the speed of lightning. They seemed to have pierced countless holes in the sky. Holy sword slash! Yarrow from the Capricorn Palace placed his palms together and raised them above his head. A black sword glow a few hundred meters long shot into the sky. He swung it down. Some distance away, Fleta had already taken out his longbow, which was covered with black patterns. His gaze was cold. A pitch-black arrow formed on the bow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His shooting speed was extremely fast. His hands turned into lingering shadows as pitch-black arrows shot out continuously. They seemed to be released at the same time. Sonic booms resounded in the sky. Some weaker martial warriors got affected by the impact and started bleeding from their noses. All 6 holy knights released their ultimate moves at once. They ignored the others and only focused on Wang Ting. All the attacks were directed at him. Be careful! Darwan, Dan Taixian, and the others were flabbergasted. These frightening attacks were all targeted at one person. Even a high-tier general stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to handle such an overwhelming onslaught. These 6 holy knights wanted to kill Wang Ting once and for all. What grudges did they have? They didn't understand. On the other side, Kipling and Ale, who were fighting, also noticed the situation here. Ale frowned uncontrollably. It looks like your friend is going to die. Kipling placed his hands behind his back and sneered. He won't die. Ale's eyes shimmered. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. The holy knights have become more powerful after receiving the purification of the dark force. Do you think he has a chance of survival under the combined attacks of all 6 of them? Kipling scoffed. We will know about that soon enough, Ale replied calmly. I'm extremely disappointed that those holy knights accepted your invitation and became slaves of the dark. Dark and light forces are just a kind of power. I don't care what methods I use as long as I can become strong. Kipling smirked. But you can't control the power of darkness. Ale shook her head. Humph. This sentence seemed to have stabbed Kipling's heart. He snorted and turned serious. After I catch you and control Mount Saint, PLL show you how I control this power. Now, you can witness the holy knights killing Wang Ting. At this moment, even with all the powerful attacks shooting at him from all corners, Wang Ting remained calm. He didn't show any signs of fear or astonishment. Since you want death, let me fulfill your wishes. His words came out of his mouth in a calm tone and echoed in the mountain. The holy knights were furious. Such stubbornness even before death. The holy knights released their force to maximum and attacked Wang Ting ferociously. Die! Angry voices roared, bringing along intense killing intent. They could only pacify their anger and the humiliation they received after killing Wang Ting. Ancient God's body. Gold light shimmered brightly in Wang Ting's eyes as he bellowed in his heart. He poured a large number of blank attributes on the Ancient God's body attribute. In an instant, his physical body started changing. Mysterious energy flowed into his limbs and cleansed his entire body. He was undergoing a transformation. An occult golden rune appeared on his forehead. It stretched out and slowly formed the outline of a second rune. Chapter 650. Look, I dare. The appearance of the rune seemed slow, but it happened within a split second. In an instant, the second rune was formed. This stroke was short but firm. It made the rune on Wang Ting's forehead even more mysterious. It was hard to imagine the difference 2 strokes could make. The enhanced rune on his forehead was now even more magical. Boom! An explosion was heard in Wang Ting's body. It sounded like the eruption of the universe, the creation of the world itself. Different waves of energy swarmed through his body, allowing him to undergo astonishing changes in an instant. He clenched his fist and felt the restless and terrifying power waiting to be released in his body. Wang Ting smirked. Then, he raised his head slowly. The holy knights were less than 3 meters away from him, and the frightening attacks were just inches away. His black hair danced wildly in the gale. Sharp gusts of wind brushed past his cheeks like small blades. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't harm his skin. Initial signs of the power of the ancient god's body were already visible from this. For some reason, when the holy knights saw the smirk at the edge of Wang Ting's lips, their hearts dropped. Wang Ting raised his fist and punched the air in front of him nonchalantly. Boom! At that moment, all sounds seemed to have disappeared. Everything paused, and that lone, casual punch overshadowed everything. Then came a thunderous roar. Sound waves originating from the punch and circles of impact waves swept over the mountain. The 6 holy knights froze for an instant when they came in touch with the impact wave. Boom! The purple-black outline of the lightning lion howled in agony and shattered into numerous bolts of lightning, wreaking havoc in the sky. Edward was appalled and in disbelief. He had no idea what was happening. The crimson-red petal whirlpool stopped spinning abruptly after the forceful invasion of the formidable power. It swelled like a cancerous mass before exploding. The ice force started cracking too, unable to bear the energy from the punch. The lake cracked and collapsed in the end. The huge black light glow got stuck in the air less than 3 meters above Wang Ting's forehead. It couldn't move further down. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the light glow. They spread until they covered the entire body of the sword. Boom! Along with a loud explosion, the sword glow disintegrated into numerous light fragments and dispersed. At the same time, rays of dark red lights and countless light arrows froze in front of Wang Ting. They couldn't get a single inch closer. Amidst the ongoing explosions, all the attacks became non-existent. That one punch had destroyed everything in its path. Impossible! The holy knights were flabbergasted. They stared at Wang Ting in bewilderment. Boom! Suddenly, the residual impact of the fist surged out and slammed violently onto them. The frightening energy crashed into their bodies like speeding truck. Splurt! 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 The holy knights started vomiting blood. The sound of crisp cracks from their bodies was like a pleasant symphony for their foes. They turned into shooting stars and smashed onto the ground. The ground split apart. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and a few deep holes were formed. The 6 holy knights lay in the holes, one person in one hole, horizontally. Silence. Dead silence. The atmosphere had turned eerily silent. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. There was disbelief flashing in their eyes. Dan Taixian and the others were anxious and furious when they saw the multiple attacks directed at Wang Ting, but right now, they were only left with astonishment. Everything happened too quickly. They had no time to reinforce him. They thought that Wang Ting would be in trouble, but the result was out of their wildest imaginations. Wang Ting had defeated 6 holy knights with one punch. What were they even doing here? Dan Taixian and the others felt a little redundant. They were here as extras, right? At first, Kipling was smiling confidently as if he had everything under control. However, the sudden reversal caught him off guard. Wang Ting had messed up his plans again. He defeated the holy knights who had accepted dark force with a single punch. What kind of monster was he? He wasn't so strong a moment ago. How did he suddenly gain so much strength? This didn't make sense. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Even Ale, who was extremely confident in Wang Ting, was shocked. She didn't expect him to release such a domineering and indomitable power. Great Sage Farah, Suang, Sharjah, and the other holy knights on Ale's side were in a similar state as others. They looked at the young man as if he were a devil. At the same time, they felt extremely fortunate. They felt lucky that they were on Alay's side. Hence, they didn't need to be this devil's opponent. Aleph hid some distance away. He was shivering in fear. Why was this young man so powerful? He wasn't even 20, yet he already possessed such extraordinary abilities. This was unbelievable. He was like a bug. He looked at Wang Ting in panic and started retreating again. He wanted to be as far away from Wang Ting as possible. Kipling, your holy knights have been defeated. Alay's voice floated in the air. Surprisingly, there was a hint of emotion in her tone. She seemed to be gloating in Kipling's misfortune. The edge of Kipling's lips trembled. He was roaring in his heart, but on the surface, he kept a stern face and snorted. A bunch of useless idiots! The holy knights heard his comment when they climbed out from the deep holes. They felt depressed and forlorn. They had lost to Wang Ting again. This time, it was a complete defeat. This was a huge stimulation for them. So what if you have accepted the invasion of the dark force? You still can't receive my punch. Wang Ting looked down at them and said indifferently, "You!" The holy knights were furious. Anger boiled in their hearts, and they vomited blood again. Even Kipling's expression turned ugly. Wang Ting's words were the greatest taunt to them. The power of the dark, which they viewed as their pride, was nothing in front of a single punch from him. How sarcastic! There's nothing more to say. It's time to send you to your death. Wang Ting's voice sounded once again. But this time, the holy knight's expressions changed tremendously. Fear and astonishment filled their eyes as they climbed up hastily and tried to escape. "Wang Ting, you dare!" Kipling shouted indignantly. Wang Ting ignored him. He raised his fist and hurled it down. One punch. Another punch. It smashed onto the ground like a pillar supporting the sky. "No!" The holy knights screamed in fear. "I don't want to die!" Yefel shrieked. She was scared and unwilling. Boom! A huge explosion drowned their agonized cries. The ground trembled violently, and a deep trench more than 10 meters wide appeared in everyone's vision. The 6 holy knights were all pressed against the ground. Their bones were deformed, and blood flowed down their eyes, noses, mouths, and ears. They were very much dead. "Look, I dare." Wang Ting turned and smiled at Kipling. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 651. Mo Bing, Goddess Scepter. The muscles on Kipling's face trembled violently without his control. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he stared at Wang Ting eerily. He had never been so angry at a person. Wang Ting was the first one. The expressions of great sage Farah and the other holy knights were strange. They felt that this young man from country Xiao was revengeful and stubborn. He had managed to infuriate Kipling to this stage. At the same time, they were astounded. Looking at the huge trench on the ground and the lifeless holy knights, they sighed at his ruthlessness but were amazed at this strength. This young man was terrifying. Not only was he powerful, but he was also narrow-minded. Who would dare to provoke him in the future? If anyone wanted to become his enemy, they needed to see if they could withstand his punch first. The punch was a standard. Everyone regained their senses. They stared dumbfounded at the trench below them and felt a chill shooting down their spines. Their heads turned numb. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone took a few steps back as if Wang Ting was some terrifying monster. The mutiny had just started, but many people were already starting to regret it. One person was enough to kill the most powerful holy knights under great sage Kipling's wing. How were they supposed to continue fighting? Did they have any chance of winning? Many traitors became suspicious. They were marching aggressively, thinking that success was within their grasp after accepting the power of the dark. But a few seconds later, they suffered a huge blow. This felt constipated. If someone frightened you during the process, you would never be able to get it out again. Never. Ale and Great Sage Farah were dumbstruck. No one would ever expect such a comical scene to appear during a rebellion that endangered the entire Mount Saint. Kipling's expression turned uglier. He didn't think that the nobody who he thought he could pinch with his fingers was actually a terrifying monster who managed to cut off his left and right arms. Damn it! Kipling cursed uncontrollably. He was furious. Underestimated you. He stared viciously at Wang Ting and said in an emotionless voice, "Thank you for your compliment." The thick vein on Kipling's forehead throbbed furiously. "Why are you thanking me? Am I complimenting you? Am I complimenting you? What the hell are you thinking? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm thanks." This simple reply almost caused Kipling to lose control of himself. He nearly exploded in anger. He felt that Wang Ting was his archenemy. He could anger him to death with a single reply. Dan Taixian and the others were speechless, especially Zhu Yushao, Mu Jigua, and the other students. They looked at Wang Ting's back in bewilderment. This fellow was amazing. He could refute anyone. He even dared to argue with the great sage of Mount Saint and almost angered him to death. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to open his mouth. Kipling took a deep breath to control his emotions. He said coldly, "Don't be arrogant. I'll take care of you after I kill the goddess." "Ale, he says that he will kill me after you. I'm so scared," Wang Ting shouted at Ale. He even pretended to shiver in fear like a child getting bullied. Ale, Kipling, Farah, Dan Taixian, everyone, the whole crowd was speechless. They looked at Wang Ting as if he were a weirdo. "Scared? Do you think we will believe that you're scared?" Kipling was at his limit. He panted heavily and his blood boiled. His blood pressure was shooting through the roof. He decided not to speak anymore. He would kill them first. Boom. An extremely thick dark force surged out of Kipling's body. It formed wisps of black smoke and circled around him. Black patterns emerged on his face, making him look evil and hideous. A black battle sword also appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Ale. There were complicated runes carved on the entire body of the sword, including the hilt, and it gave off a forbidding vibe. There even seemed to be cries and wails coming from it. They echoed in the air, affecting everyone's mind. "Mo Bing." Ale's expression changed. "You took the weapon subdued by Mount Saint without permissio. Is a waste to let it collect dust under Mount Saint. Why not let me use it instead?" Kipling's gaze was evil and his smile unruly. "Mo Bing." Wang Ting sized up the sword. Somehow, he thought of the MOK he had snatched from the Eight Arms Devil General. In terms of looks, this Mo Bing was better than his MOK. Moreover, he could sense something strange about this Mo Bing. It had something an ordinary weapon didn't have. However, he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Boom. At this moment, Kipling stepped on the ground and disappeared on the spot with a loud explosion. Ale turned serious and took out her weapon. It was a scepter that was as tall as a human. The scepter gave off a glaring glow the moment it appeared. Ale pushed it forward. Boom. The next instant, the scepter collided with a pitch-black sword. Kipling reappeared in everyone's vision. The goddess scepter. His gaze shimmered and he laughed hysterically. "So what? You can only release 1/5 of its power. Is enough to deal with you." Ale remained calm. She wasn't afraid. Kipling's expression turned cold. A frightening black sword glow shot out from his sword and slashed towards Ale. The black sword was extremely powerful. It cut through the air, bringing along eerie cries and wails as it soared through the sky. It was a terrifying scene. However, Ale, who was bathed in golden light, wasn't affected. She held her scepter and stood there like a real goddess. Gold light sprinkled down and crashed into the black sword glow. Boom, boom, boom! The battle attracted everyone's attention. Dan Taishen and the others were amazed. They are so powerful. Mount Saint is indeed filled with formidable martial warriors. Yes, they seem to be standing at the peak of the pyramid on Earth, Darwan said seriously. But most of their ability doesn't belong to them. Wang Ting suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Even so, there are only a few people who can reach this stage. No matter what methods they use, we mustn't underestimate them." Dan Taishen glanced at him and replied. If anyone else had said this, she would think that they were conceited. They were in no position to comment on high-tier general stage martial warriors. However, Wang Ting had every right to say such words. Chapter 652. It feels amazing to become stronger. Some distance away, the black and white lights kept colliding and releasing loud explosions. The dazzling light was enough to light up the entire sky. The other martial warriors stopped fighting and retreated to two sides in unplanned unison. They watched the battle in the sky. Ever since the 6 holy knights got killed by Wang Ting's punch, both sides were at a strange equilibrium. Whether Kipling could defeat the goddess would tip the scales to one side. Kipling knew this too, so he released all his force as he fought with Ale. Wang Ting felt bored. While watching their battle, he picked up the attribute bubbles around them. Light Force *135 Light Force *148 Light Force *185 Dark Force *150 Dark Force *200 Dark Force *115 Wang Ting smiled in joy when he saw his dark and light forces rising quickly on his attributes panel. He just obtained the Light Force, so it was still at the 1-star soldier level. However, the combat prowess of a high-tier general stage martial warrior was extraordinary. Hence, the attribute bubbles they dropped were sizable too. Within a few seconds, Wang Ting's light force stage rose exponentially. The same went for his dark force. Kipling was a high-tier general stage martial warrior who was entirely plagued with dark force. Thus, when he was fighting, dark force oozed out of him like a spring. Wang Ting happily enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Many dark force attributes also fell from the 6 holy knights he had killed. The two sources allowed Wang Ting's dark force to cross the hurdle and enter the 11-star low-tier general stage. Dark Force 260/20,000 11-star. Dark force tossed and turned in his body before gradually calming down. Sensing the difference in his body, Wang Ting was elated. It felt amazing to become stronger. His smile became brighter when he glanced at his attributes panel. The 6 holy knights had dropped many good attributes. Not only did they possess dark force, but they also had their own force attribute. Edward had lightning force, Blofeld and Demia had poison force, and Yafel had ice force. These were all uncommon mutated attributes. These forces were lagging at the start, but they had all caught up now. Lightning Force 7450/10,000 10-star. His lightning force rose from a few hundred to a few thousand points. This was a great increase. Ice Force 3210/10,000 10-star. His ice force used to be at the 9-star level, but it had entered the 10-star Brigadier General stage now. He had achieved a qualitative change. Poison Force 210/10,000 10-star. Since he had killed 2 holy knights who possessed poison force, the rise in his poison force was the most prominent. He climbed multiple levels and successfully entered the 10-star Brigadier General stage. Although still a little behind the other forces, the distance was shortened considerably. The common 5 elements forces had seen some improvements too. Killing the holy knights meant that he could collect all their attributes once and for all. Hence, he received a huge number of attribute bubbles, and his ability skyrocketed. Metal Force 8650/20,000 11-star. Wood Force 2960/20011 star, water force, 2770/20011 star, fire force, 7170/10010 star, earth force, 650/20011 star. Except for his fire force, the other four elements had reached the 11-star low-tier general stage. Wang Ting didn't expect his fire force, one of his first forces, to be the one at the end now. But it was understandable. Without any holy knights with fire force, how could he collect more attributes? He looked at the remaining holy knights. There was a fire element martial warrior among them, but they weren't his enemies, so he couldn't kill him. What a pity! Wang Ting found it regretful. He felt that he lost a few billion. The holy knights in the distance suddenly shivered. By the time they glanced around them, Wang Ting had already retracted his gaze, so they didn't discover anything. They exchanged glances with one another and felt puzzled. Besides force attributes, Wang Ting also received talent attribute. Ultimate Stage Ice Talent *320 Ultimate Stage Metal Talent *280 Ultimate Stage Poison Talent *560 Ultimate Stage Earth Talent *210 Ultimate Stage Lightning Talent *330 Ultimate Stage Arrow Talent *270 Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Ultimate Stage Sword Talent *347 Ultimate Stage Talents in total. What a huge gain! Any ultimate stage talent was enough to make a martial warrior stand out from his peers, yet Wang Ting had all of them. This was unbelievable. These ultimate stage talents were extremely useful for Wang Ting. Only the ultimate stage poison talent was overshadowed by the demon lotus poison body, which, as a special physique, had higher potential. The ultimate stage ice talent merged with the ice cocoon physique and increased the potential of this physique. Ice Cocoon Physique 348/5000. Next were the scriptures and battle technique. Wang Ting had seen many high-rank scriptures and battle techniques, but even he was astounded when he counted his spoils of war. Crimson Roses, Skyrank, *1 Blood Red Venom, Skyrank, *1 Lightning Lion Fist, Skyrank, *1 Lightning Strike Scripture, Skyrank, *1 Absolute Zero, Skyrank, Holy Frost Scripture, Skyrank, *1 Blood Moon Thorns, Skyrank, *1 Holy Sword Slash, Skyrank, *1 Gold Ingot Scripture, Skyrank, *1 Aurora Holy Arrow *1. The list of Skyrank scriptures and battle techniques dazzled his eyes. He had to admit that the foundation of Mount Saint was extremely strong. These skills were the legacy of the Holy Knights, but Wang Ting got hold of them easily and kept them in his pocket. If the Holy Knights knew this, they might rise from the dead in anger and duel with Wang Ting again. Now have offensive attacks for all my attribute. Wang Ting touched his chin in deep thought. Adding the space attribute bubbles and space fragments he had received from Margus, he had struck the lottery. He had obtained offensive skills for all his attribute. Wang Ting felt that he had walked further on the path of becoming an all-round martial warrior. This wasn't good. He was becoming more and more heaven-defying. What if he got struck by lightning? Wang Ting looked up at the sky, finding it more of a possibility as his awesome talents bedazzled even himself. Geniuses were always envied. Heaven might strike him to death because it couldn't stand him anymore. Sigh. While Wang Ting was letting his imagination run wild, he heard a sudden explosion. The black and white ball of lights finally separated. Ha ha ha, goddess, you've lost! A peal of delighted and savage laughter sounded in everyone's ears. It was from Kipling. Alay held her scepter as she stood in the sky. The light force around her was blinking crazily. She seemed a little weak. Has she hit her limits? Wang Ting glanced at them and squinted. He thought that Alay had a big chance of winning, but Kipling was a level higher than her. It looked like there was a limit to the amount of power Alay could receive if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653. Let me kill this talent from country Xia today. Your Highness! Great Sage Farah and the other holy knights exclaimed in worry. The martial warriors from Mount Saint were astounded too. They stared at Kipling in disbelief. No one expected him to defeat the goddess. Things just got worse. Dan Taixian whispered, her gaze flickering. Zhu Yushao, Mu Jigua, and the others turned serious too. They were ready for any sudden changes. Darwan and Valeria glanced at each other and clutched their weapons. Their gazes turned vicious. Worst case, they would have to fight for their lives. I think we should run away, Dan Taixian suddenly said with a strict face. Run away. The teammates turned and glanced at Dan Taixian in bewilderment. They were stunned. They even suspected their hearing. Did they hear wrong? What? Is there a problem? Dan Taixian asked. Aren't we going all out? Zhu Yushao asked cautiously. Do we have to? Even the goddess isn't Kipling's match. He's so powerful that he might have reached the peak of perfection. He can kill us with a hook of his fingers, Dan Taixian snapped back. Although she was exaggerating a little, this was the truth. Even if they attacked together, they couldn't beat Kipling. Zhu Yushao and the others looked at Dan Taixian as if they were meeting her for the first time. They didn't think that an arrogant person like her could say this. So we're running away? Zhu Yushao asked with a strange gaze. Run. Mu Jigua, Chu Fei, and the others nodded firmly. They had seen Kipling's combat prowess firsthand and knew that they were far from being his match. If they stayed here, they would just be waiting for death. They weren't that stupid. Do you think Wang Ting can stop him? Zhu Yushao was unwilling to give up. She hesitated before asking everyone in a soft voice. The team was stunned. They immediately glanced at Wang Ting curiously. They didn't know what his true ability was, but he could solo 6 Holy Knight. This was something they couldn't do. Could he fight with Kipling? Alay's face was pale. She tried to control her injury, but blood still dripped down the edge of her mouth. Your Highness! Great Sage Farah and the others shouted in worry. They wanted to go forward and help her. Don't come over. Alay raised her hand and stopped them. Great Sage Farah and the Holy Knights stopped in their tracks. They hesitated. Your Highness, you, TM fine. Alay shook her head. She stared intently at Kipling opposite her. I didn't think you could cultivate the dark force to this stage. You hid well. Haha, if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have fought with you. Kipling's black hair scattered down his shoulders. He said in an evil tone, Stop struggling. Dark force has invaded your body. If you use your light force again, you will receive a backlash and ruin your foundation. The moment he finished speaking, Alay, who wanted to use her light force to suppress the violent dark force in her body, vomited blood. Her face turned whiter. If you don't believe me, you can continue trying, Kipling continued in disdain. He soared past Alay and rushed towards Wang Ting. I'll take care of our internal conflict after getting rid of the outsiders. Stop right there. Alay's expression changed. She had witnessed Kipling's strength herself, so she knew how powerful he was. If he attacked Wang Ting and his companions, they might not be able to resist. She knew that Wang Ting was powerful, but Kipling wasn't weak either. Even she wasn't his match after using her divine power. How could Wang Ting defeat him? Kipling ignored Alay's shouts and strode towards Wang Ting. There was killing intent in his eyes. He couldn't wait any longer. Wang Ting had provoked him so many times. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Dan Taixian and the others also noticed Kipling's intention. They were shocked. Oh no, he's coming for us. Chu Fei and Yen Bo panicked. They glanced at Dan Taixian. Once she gave the order, they would run away. Can you grow some balls? What's so frightening about dying? Zhu Yuxiao was also scared, but she commented uncontrollably when she saw their reaction. "Young miss, why are you making it sound so simple? That is a top-tier general stage martial warrior. We can't do anything in front of him," Chu Fei said speechlessly. They weren't cowards, but they were nobodies in front of Kipling. There was no chance of stopping him. Wang Ting stood still and looked at Kipling as he walked over. There was no change in his expression. "Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Kipling stopped 100 meters away from Wang Ting and asked calmly. "Don't be so overconfident. You can't kill me." Wang Ting smiled gently. "Tadmit that you're a genius and possess frightening ability at your young age. It is indeed impressive. However, you're not my match. I'll kill you today. If the leader of martial arts is unhappy, he can come and look for me." Kipling was extremely conceited, not hiding the malicious intent in his voice one bit. Wang Ting shook his head. He wanted to say something. "Wang Ting, leave now. I'll stop him." Alace's voice came from the distance. She flew over with her injured body and wanted to stop Kipling for Wang Ting. Wang Ting glanced at her in surprise. What is this? Despite being injured, she still wanted to help him stop Kipling. Does she like me? The thought suddenly popped into his mind. Wang Ting got a fright. Am I being too narcissistic? This isn't good, not good. Ale didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking. She was filled with guilt. If she hadn't invited him up, these things wouldn't have happened. If it wasn't because of her, Kipling wouldn't have targeted Wang Ting. She felt that she had caused everything and was extremely guilty. If Wang Ting died because of her, she wouldn't be able to live with her conscience. This was why she wanted to stop Kipling for him even though she was seriously injured. She wanted to buy some time for him to escape. Goddess move. I don't want to kill you for now. Kipling looked at Ale and scoffed. He would have killed her already if she wasn't useful. As someone who had stepped into the darkness, kindness had been thrown out of his dictionary. Ale kept quiet. Instead, light force exploded from her body and shot towards Kipling. At the same time, she shouted to Wang Ting behind her. Leave. You're tempting fate. Kipling was furious. He swung his Mo Bing, and a black sword glow shot towards Ale, cutting through her light force. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 654. Palm of Buddha. In the sky. A black sword glow cut through the sky, arriving in front of Ale in a split second. Kipling didn't show any mercy this time. He attacked in rage. Anyone that dared to prevent him from killing Wang Ting should die. Ale was useful but not that important. He could still kill her. Since she wanted to help Wang Ting, she could follow him to hell. No one expected his hatred towards Wang Ting to be so many times greater than his hatred towards Ale. Wang Ting was indeed outstanding. He had managed to anger Kipling to this stage. Your Highness! Great Sage Farah and the other Holy Knights were thunderstruck when they saw this scene. The Holy Knights tumbled into rays of light and dashed towards Ale. They wanted to save her. However, they were too far away. They couldn't arrive in time. The sword glow reached Ale in a split second. Farah and the Holy Knights stared at Ale with bloodshot eyes, which almost jumped out of their sockets. Boom! In the end, the black sword glow still hit Ale. Amid a loud explosion, the terrifying sword glow swallowed Ale. No! Numerous martial warriors from Mount Saint howled in sorrow. They couldn't restrain their emotions. Their belief had collapsed. Kipling! Great Sage Farah bellowed in anger. His face was filled with grief and indignation as he glared at Kipling with red eyes. Humph! Kipling didn't back down. He snorted and said, Anyone that dares to stop me will go to hell, including the goddess. Devil! Great Sage Fara raged. Me? A devil? Kipling burst out laughing as if he had heard an amazing joke. Ha ha ha, you're right, I'm a devil. In the past, a great angel welcomed the darkness and fell to the underworld. Why can't I do the same? You, Great Sage Fara choked. He was in disbelief. Kipling was comparing himself to that taboo. How could he be so conceited and crazy? Where did he get the courage from? Hello? She's not dead yet. Why are y'all wailing? Suddenly, they heard a voice at the side. The sorrowful atmosphere froze for a second. Then, there was an eerie silence. Great Sage Fara and the Holy Knights turned their necks stiffly and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Wang Ting as well as the lady lying in his arms. It was Ale. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The goddess wasn't dead. Fara and the Holy Knights were overjoyed and surprised. Yet Wang Ting took them as nothing. How infuriating! Don't be impulsive. Kipling possesses dark force, so normal forces can't hurt him. They are the Holy Knights of Mount Saint and have some methods to deal with the dark force. There will be a higher chance of success if you attack together, Ale explained to him patiently. Up to you. If you're not afraid of them getting killed, you can ask them to fight, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. The Holy Knights were speechless again. This fellow was getting on their nerve. He was cursing them before the fight started. How could he be so evil? Ale felt the corners of her lips twitching. She took a deep breath and said to the Holy Knights quickly, "Help Wang Ting catch Kipling. If there's a need, you can kill him." Are you all done talking? Kipling's voice echoed over. If you are, come receive your deaths. Boom. He turned into a ray of black light and shot towards his opponent. Only 4 Holy Knights were left by now. They were Arudis from the Taurus Palace, Suang from the Aries Palace, Sharjah from the Virgo Palace, and Mu Long from the Libra Palace. They turned into 4 golden rays of light and dashed towards Kipling. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 golden balls of light and the black ball of light clashed in the air, generating loud explosions. Powerful impact waves swept through the mountain. Mu Long released his force and turned into a green dragon, gliding through the sky. He moved his dragon body and roared into the sky as he attacked. Suang had a serious expression on his face. He threw back his arms, and the space behind him started distorting. Numerous giant rocks flew over at high speed from afar. They gathered above his head and started spinning around him. They possessed a strong destructive force similar to a meteorite. The area around Suang turned into a frightening death zone. Go! Suang yelled and threw the rocks violently over at Kipling. The giant rocks went forward like shooting stars. On the other side, Sharjah sat cross-legged in midair and raised his palm. An appalling scene appeared behind him. The outline of an enormous Buddha was formed. When the giant Buddha raised his palm, there seemed to be a world supported on it. Different layers of space were constructed and developed out of nowhere. They expanded and merged with the outside world. There was no difference in the space inside and outside. Each flower supports a world. Each palm supports a Shakyamuni Buddha world. This was Sharjah's unique and ultimate technique, Palm of Buddha. Buddha is compassionate. Curling the fingers in one hand and forming a palm with another, Buddha descends from heaven to suppress all evil. Boom! Chapter 655. Attack. Palm of Buddha. Kipling raised his head and looked at the gigantic palm falling on him. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Know all your skills. The goddess didn't let you guys fight because she was afraid I'd target you. However, you have no choice now. You can only fight. Unfortunately, it's all in vain. Kipling clutched Mo Bing and said calmly. The Holy Knights had a bad premonition when they heard his word. As a great sage of the Holy Temple, as someone whose power was just below the goddess, Kipling had a profound understanding of the legacy of the Holy Temple. He knew the moves of the Holy Knights like the back of his hand. However, at this stage there was no turning back. Talk was useless. Boom. The different layers of space on the giant palm seemed to have formed a world of its own. It shrouded over Kipling. Kipling stabbed Emobing out. A thick black glow sparkled on his sword, giving out a sword aura that pierced through the sky. The sword glow was pitch black, but the black light was glaring. It lit up the entire sky. The sword ruthlessly stabbed towards the gigantic palm in the sky. Sword aura flashed past, releasing a shrill sonic boom. Boom. An earth-shaking explosion occurred. The world on the giant palm shook violently. Cracks appeared on its outer space. Then, the world collapsed as if it was unable to handle the frightening energy. Splurt. The instant the palm of Buddha was destroyed, Sharja trembled as though he was struck by lightning and vomited a mouth of blood. He was thrown back by the powerful impact. His face was white, and one of his palms was drenched in blood. It trembled continuously. He was unable to raise his hand anymore. What a pity! Wang Ting shook his head sadly. He was surprised. He didn't expect to see this kind of attack in a foreign land. However, it wasn't strange. Buddhism didn't just exist in country Xia. It existed in many other countries. The Holy Knight might have leaned this skill from his country of origin. However, there seemed to be some space theory in the palm of Buddha. It looked like Sharja possessed space talent too. He still had his fist in front of him, but his body was frozen on the spot. A black glow flickered on his face. Clearly, the dark force had invaded his body. Suddenly, blood dripped down his forehead and eyes before flowing down his nose, ears, and mouth. His vitality was leaving him like water flooding out of a broken dam. Suang and Mu Long bellowed in anger. They were in grief. Sharja squinted. There was sorrow on his face too. Arudis! Some distance away, Ale and great sage Farah gasped in anguish. Another holy knight had died. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. He's dead. Wang Ting was astounded. He didn't think that Arudis would be so unyielding and fight with his life on the line. This was out of his expectation. It's your turn. Kipling suddenly turned and looked at Wang Ting. Hatred blinked in his eyes as he released his sword. A black sword glow slashed through the sky, aiming straight for Wang Ting's head. Boom. Calm and composed, Wang Ting hurled his fist out. Powerful energy swept through the sky, and the black sword light shattered. Then, he stepped on the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A split second later, he reappeared in front of Kipling. He punched at him again. Fast! Kipling squinted. He was flabbergasted. Wang Ting's physique was astonishing. A talent like him must die. Killing intent boiled in his heart. He raised his palm and welcomed Wang Ting's fist head-on. Their hands collided. Boom! An eruption followed the collision of the fist and the palm. Invisible waves blew against their hair and clothes, which flapped loudly against the wind. Kipling's expression changed slightly. He felt a terrifying strength pouring towards him from the opponent. His arm trembled, and he took 3 steps back involuntarily before he stopped himself. Wang Ting took 3 steps back too. His pupils constricted as he stomped in the air and dashed out. Again. His fists danced wildly in the air as he rained his punches down on Kipling. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 656, Blade Sword Tornado. Kipling was certain about his victory and thought that killing Wang Ting would be an easy feat. However, Wang Ting's ability had exceeded his expectations. After exchanging blows, he finally understood how powerful Wang Ting was. He wasn't at the 11-star low-tier general stage. No, he was neck to neck with him. This was unbelievable. Kipling was dumbstruck. He clutched Mo Bing and slashed rays of black sword glow as he fought with Wang Ting again. Wang Ting released his fist and used his physical body and brute force to fight with Mo Bing. Bang bang bang! The sword and the fist welcomed each other, creating thundering metallic clangs. Wang Ting smashed his fists out continuously, forcing Kipling to retreat. Some distance away, the remaining holy knights saw this scene and were staggered. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. Wang Ting could suppress Kipling. He was so powerful. Alace's eyes sparkled. She was amazed as well. She had fought with Kipling before, so she knew how powerful he was. She wasn't his match. Yet Wang Ting could easily keep up with him. He didn't show any signs of disadvantage. She was shocked and pleasantly surprised. She was shocked because Wang Ting's ability exceeded her expectations. The joy was because with Wang Ting's current ability, Mount Saint might be saved. It wouldn't have to land in the hands of Kipling. However, the result was still uncertain. It was too early to make any judgments. She hoped that Wang Ting could survive until the end and defeat Kipling. Your Highness, Mr. Wang Ting is indeed powerful. We might have a chance of winning, Great Sage Farah whispered to Ale. He was surprised too. He resumed addressing Wang Ting as Mr. Yes. Ale nodded. She didn't say much. Great Sage Farah kept quick too. He stared at the battle in front intently and hopefully. On the other side, Dan Taixian and the others were dumbstruck. They didn't know that Wang Ting's ability had reached this stage. During the Sea Beast's riot at Donghai, Wang Ting had relied on powerful techniques to defeat the windstorm giant ape. But now, he could fight with a top-tier general stage martial warrior without showing any signs of weakness. Not much time had passed since that battle. Yet, Wang Ting had improved tremendously. How did he do it? Miss Dan Taixian, Darwan was tongue-tied. His words got stuck in his throat. Don't ask me. I don't know, Dan Taixian replied with a bitter smile. Valeria was a happy-go-lucky girl, so she didn't care about the reason or any secrets involved in it. She chuckled and said, as expected of the man I like. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Everyone was speechless. Dumb girl, you might not be able to make him your man. Discussions erupted everywhere. Everyone's attention was on Wang Ting and Kipling. At this moment, the two of them turned into a green and black ray of light and dashed into the sky. Powerful forces collided continuously and formed violent explosions. Wang Ting flew horizontally across the sky. He activated his ancient god's body and punched out the five-element fist conscious. He also released his strength of Ultima. At the moment, his punches were like bullets from a machine gun. Kipling's face turned green as he kept retreating. He felt exasperated. He was stronger than Wang Ting, but why was he the one getting beaten up so badly? He didn't even have a chance of retaliating. What kind of monster was he? You wanted to kill me, right? Why are you retreating now? Wang Ting yelled in anger. While green flames swirled around him, the forces in his body were surging out violently like there was no end. They then turned into powerful attacks. Right now, he was indomitable. He was the god of the world. Impudent! Kipling shouted in anger. Dark force swarmed out of his body, turned into a dazzling black glow, and exploded. Mo Bing clanged loudly. The cries and wails resounded in the sky, wreaking havoc in people's minds. Everything seemed sinister. Clang! A blinding black sword glow soared into the sky like a dragon. A terrifying sword conscious was mixed in the sword glow. There seemed to be an abyss inside, swallowing all the light around it. Kipling flew back and slashed his sword out. The black sword glow split the sky into two as it came for Wang Ting. Receive my sword attack too. Wang Ting turned serious. He took out MOK and released the green flames. Instantly, flames lit up the entire sky. Big Dipper Flaming Blade. 9th level Flaming Blade conscious. Boom. The green flames burning everywhere gathered together into an unparalleled giant blade. It cut through the sky, even splitting the clouds into two. Amidst the explosion, the flaming blade glow and black sword glow smashed into each other. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions deafened the onlookers. A frightening impact wave crashed into the mountain, shaking the earth. It was as if an earthquake was striking Mount Saint. Everyone was scared out of their pants. The people who were standing nearer to them started bleeding from their ears because of the impact. They were shocked and quickly retreated a few hundred meters back. So scary. Some people shivered in fear. Wang Ting is as powerful as Great Sage Kipling. Does that mean he's stronger than Her Highness? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The situation turned messy. There was an uproar. Gradually, the impact of the attacks died down. Kipling's face turned ugly. A sense of helplessness drifted into his heart when he saw Wang Ting standing opposite him, unscathed. Wang Ting stood in midair and stepped forward. He pointed his MOK at Kipling. Kipling looked at the strange weapon and raised his eyebrow. He glanced at his Mo Bing secretly. Mo Bing was trembling slightly, a result of the impact of their earlier exchange. It couldn't stop. This weapon, don't just stand there. Come again, you old fellow. Wang Ting's tone was indifferent. He darted out like an arrow, chopping his weapon down. Clang! Kipling raised his sword hurriedly to block the attack. The two of them got into another round of exchanging blows. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Ting continued attacking, releasing frightening blade glows without stopping. 5-element sword conscious and 5-element blade conscious took turns to show their might. In an instant, colorful blade and sword glows cut through the sky. It was a dazzling sight. The crowd was shocked by the proceedings today. Is he a human? Zhu Yuxiao muttered to herself. She was stunned. Chu Fei, Mu Zhigua, and the others were speechless too. Their gazes kept flickering. He's crazy. Kipling almost broke his teeth from all the grinding. He kept retreating and the hand that was clutching the sword was shaking. He might be powerful, but in front of this bug of the system, who had an impenetrable body and terrifying strength, he couldn't handle the onslaught of attack. At this moment, he felt regret. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have offended this fellow. He's a monster. No, if this continues, I'll lose any chance of winning. Kipling gritted his teeth. His gaze turned crazy. Suddenly, he grabbed the blade of Mo Bing and cut his palm. Slash. A large amount of blood spurted out of his palm and landed on Mo Bing. The fresh red blood poured over Mo Bing like scorching hot molten iron. It slid past the complicated runes and seeped into the sword body. No! Alace's expression changed slightly. She shouted, "Stop him! He wants to break the seal on Mo Bing and release the dark force inside." Wang Ting's expression turned grave. "It's too late." Kipling laughed hideously. The evilness on his face grew thicker, and a crimson glow appeared in the depth of his eyes, flickering in contempt. Honestly, he might not have noticed anything amiss with himself. "You're impressive. You forced me to this step." He looked at Wang Ting. The killing intent in his eyes was at an all-time high. "I didn't force you, you forced yourself, idiot." Wang Ting scoffed. Slap! A vein popped out of Kipling's forehead uncontrollably. "Young brat, don't be arrogant. Don't think that I can't kill you just because you pushed me into a tight corner." Kipling sneered. Mo Bing shone brightly and gave off a loud ringing noise. Ring, clang metallic sounds were heard too. The black light around Mo Bing squirmed like mist. It seeped into Kipling's body, making the black patterns on his skin even more complicated and deep. They looked eerie. Ah! Kipling raised his head and roared into the sky. Sound waves spread out visibly, and his hair danced crazily in the wind. He looked like a human who had transformed into a devil. Die! Screaming, he pushed all his dark force out, gathering it into a sword of darkness. At the same time, the outline of a terrifying giant beast appeared in the sky. It looked down at Wang Ting with its crimson evil eyes. Wang Ting remained composed despite all the changes taking place. His gaze turned sharp, and he suddenly raised his Mo Quebec. His force and aura were at their peak. They started to congregate furiously. Boom! Numerous strands of sword and blade conscious raged around him. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He gathered all the conscious he had in one spot and circled them around him. Soon, a ferocious tornado was formed. Clang, 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 the tornado spun at high speed. As more and more blade and sword conscious merged into it, it kept expanding. After some time, a large-sized tornado formed from blade and sword conscious was created. It howled in the sky, linking the earth and the heaven. It looked magnificent. Wang Ting had disappeared into the tornado. The martial warriors were amazed at this scene. They felt a sense of fear rising from the depths of their souls. Was this something a human could do? They felt like they were in a dream. Suddenly, the weapons in their hands started trembling violently and gave off a ringing sound. It was as if they wanted to escape from their hands and become part of the tornado. What is this? Ale and Great Sage Farah were astounded. Kipling felt his eyebrows jumping. He sensed a great threat from Wang Ting, but at this stage, he had no paths of retreat anymore. Trying to be mysterious? He snorted. The black light blossomed around him, and the sword glow reached its limit. This would be his most powerful attack after merging with Mo Bing. Gol, a black sword glow cut the sky in half. Gol, a shout came from the center of the blade sword tornado. The blade sword tornado twirled forward and crashed into the astonishing black sword glow. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions rocked the surroundings. The ground shook because of the impact. The black sword glow slammed into the blade sword tornado. Numerous blade and sword conscious raged inside, chopping the black sword glow and leaving marks on it. The standstill lasted for a few seconds. Boom. Suddenly, amidst a loud explosion, the blade sword tornado blew up. The black sword glow exploded too. They merged and repelled each other, giving birth to a terrifying force impact. Kipling received the brunt of the impact. He flew out like a sandbag and vomited a mouth of blood. He was in disbelief. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.